Milton's Minor Poems. By Milton. Outlines of the Life of Milton. John Milton was born in London on the 9th of December, 1608. Queen Elizabeth had then been dead 5 years, and the literature which we call Elizabethan was still being written by the men who had begun their careers under her reign. Spenser had died in 1599. The theatres were yet in the enjoyment of full popularity, and the playwriters were producing works that continued the traditions and the manner of the Elizabethan drama. Shakespeare had still 8 years to live, and at least 4 of the great plays to write. Bacon's fame was already great, but the events of 18 years were to cloud his reputation and establish his renown. Jonson, great as a writer of masques, was to live till he might have seen, in COMUS, how a young and scholarly Puritan humanist thought that a masque should be conceived. Born thus in the 5th year of the first of the Stuarts, Milton lived to witness all the vicissitudes of English politics in which that family was involved, except the very last. He did not see the Revolution of 1688. Surviving for 14 years the restoration of Charles II, he died in 1674, at the age of 66. Milton's social position can be inferred from the fact that his father was what was then called a scrivener, that is, he kept an office in his dwelling, and was employed to draw up contracts, wills, and other legal documents. This occupation implied knowledge at least of the forms of the law, though not of its history or principles. It did not imply liberal education, though it brought its practitioner, doubtless, more or less into contact with men of really professional standing in the science of jurisprudence. Perhaps the elder Milton cherished a deeper conviction of the value of classic culture than do those who simply inherit, and take as a matter of course, the custom of devoting years to the study of ancient languages and literatures. Evidently the father thought he saw in his son that promise of intellectual vigor and of sound moral stamina which justified the innovation, in his family, of sending his boy to the university. His preparation for college Milton got under private masters and at the famous public school of St. Paul's, which was near his home. This preparation consisted chiefly in exercises in Latin composition and literature, and was both thorough and effectual. At 16, when he went to college, he had already composed Latin verse, and he read and wrote Latin with facility. In 1625 Milton entered Christ's College, Cambridge. Here he remained as a student 7 years, or till 1632, taking in course his A.B. and A.M. degrees, and, in spite of his studious habits and his aversion to the rough and wayward customs of student life, winning more and more, and at last having in full measure, the respect of his fellow collegians. During these years he wrote, but did not publish, in Latin or English, no less than 25 pieces of verse, among them poems of no less note than the Nativity Ode, and the sonnet on arriving at the age of 23. The lines on Shakespeare were also composed in this period, and appeared in print among the poems prefixed to the second Shakespeare folio in 1632. Returning, at the close of his university course, to the paternal residence, the poet came, not to London, but to the village of Horton, in Buckinghamshire, where his father had taken a house in order to live in the country. Now had to be debated the question of a profession. Hitherto the son had seemed silently to acquiesce in the understood hope of the family that he would devote himself to a career in the church. But during his university years of study and observation his views had become fixed, his mind had advanced to self-determination, and he could not remain content with a future that seemed to hamper his intellectual freedom. This difference between father and son was settled, apparently without strife, by the elder man's entire yielding to the desires of the younger. The son could not, as we can well understand if we have read even only a little of his verse or his prose, be otherwise than strenuous, insistent, and masterful. To his father he was of course filial and respectful, we may imagine him even gentle. But conciliatory, yielding, the point being a vital one, it was not in his nature to be. What the young Milton desired was to lead a life devoted to literature, or, more specifically, to poetry. This meant that he wished still to study a long time, to fathom all learning in all tongues. In college he had, besides Latin, mastered Greek, French, Italian, and Hebrew. His conception of a poet was of a most profoundly learned man. He had become aware of the existence of vast areas of knowledge that he had not yet explored. Other young men turned aside without misgiving from the ambition to know everything, and eagerly entered into useful and lucrative professions. But Milton scorns the thought of applying learning to the service of material gain. This is his poetical conception of his duty as a scholar. It will dominate the spirit of his life work. To understand his feelings at this time both toward his father and toward his ideals, we must read the Latin poem Ad Patrem, of which Professor Masson gives an English translation. At Horton, therefore, Milton remains, still subsisting on his father's bounty. Having come back thither at the age of 23, he continues to live at home for nearly 6 years, not yet practicing any art by which to earn a livelihood. Occasionally he goes, on scholarly errands, to London, which is not far distant. He devotes himself simply to study, and having the poetic temperament, he cannot help devoting himself also to observation of nature. His learning becomes immense. His appetite is insatiable. To the Horton time belong the minor poems, not already produced during the student years at Cambridge. Of the circumstances in which the several poems were written, an account is given in the notes in this volume. This early, or minor, verse of Milton is elicited by passing events, and is considered to concern only himself and a few friends. For immediate fame he takes no thought. He feels his immaturity. His ambition contemplates a distant future, and he meditates plans, as yet undefined and vague, of some great work that the world shall not willingly let die. Very important in Milton's intellectual development is his journey to France and Italy, on which he set out in April, 1638. As an indication of his social position in England, we must note that he carries with him letters of introduction which secure to him notice and recognition from men of rank or of notable literary and scientific standing. He goes abroad as a cultivated private gentleman, known to have achieved distinction as a student. Undoubtedly his chief qualification for holding his own in learned Italian society was his command of languages, especially of Latin. Unless indeed we are to put before his linguistic accomplishments the refined and gentlemanly personal bearing which was his birthright, and which, in his years of intense application to books, he had not forfeited. In Italy he associated with men whose intellectual interests were the universal ones of science, in which he was as much at home as they. Thus he possessed a perfect outfit of the endowments and the acquisitions which a traveler needs to make his travel fruitful to himself and honorable to his country. In Italy he made friends among men of note, and established relations which were to have their importance in his future life. But most memorable among his Italian experiences was his visit to the aged Galileo, who was then a prisoner to the Inquisition, for teaching that the earth moves round the sun. The modern astronomy was then winning its way among men of thought very much as the doctrine of evolution has been winning its way during the last half-century. Few minds surrendered instantly and without misgiving to the new conception. Milton has still many years to meditate the question before he comes to the composition of Paradise Lost. When his scheme of the physical universe will have to recognize the requirements of poetic art and the prevalence of ancient beliefs regarding the origin and order of the cosmos. From the fact that the poet puts the earth in the center of the universe, that he adopts, in fact, the Ptolemaic system, though he knew the Copernican, we are not entitled to infer that he held a fixed conviction in the matter, and that, on direct examination as to his views, he would have absolutely professed one theory and rejected the other. The poet has all rights of choice, and may be said to know best where to stand to take his view of the world. Milton remained abroad some 16 months, and was home again in August, 1639. The Horton household was now broken up, the father going to live, first with his younger son, Christopher, at Reading, and afterward to spend his last years in the family of John in London, where he died in 1647. With his removal to London in 1639 a distinct period in Milton's life comes to an end. He has hitherto been uninterruptedly acquiring knowledge both by studious devotion to books and by observation of human life in foreign lands. He has read all the great literatures in ancient and modern languages. He has felt the poetic impulse and has proved to himself that he has at command creative power. His purpose still is to produce a poem. But this poem of his aspirations is distinctly a great and majestic affair, and not at all a continuation of such work as that which he has hitherto given to his friends, and which he esteems as prolusions of his youth. The poetic waiting time which Milton, now in full vigor of manhood, prescribes for himself, he is constrained, both by inner conviction and by external necessity, to fill with hard and earnest work. Henceforth, for a score of years, he ceases almost entirely to write verse, and he earns his living. He becomes a householder in London, where, as the father had gained his livelihood by drawing up contracts and mortgages for his fellow citizens, the son proceeds to gain his by teaching their boys Latin. To the work of teaching, Milton addressed himself with intelligence and predilection. About education he had ideas of his own which he applied in practice and advocated in writing. His tract on education is a document of importance in the history of pedagogy, and is, besides, one of those memorable pieces of English prose which every student of literature, whatever his professional aims, must include in his reading. He kept his school in his own house, where he boarded some of his pupils. We could not imagine John Milton going into a great public school, like St. Paul's, to serve as under-teacher to one of the tyrannical headmasters of the day. The only school befitting his absolutely convinced and masterful spirit is one in which he reigns supreme. The great subject is Latin, and so thoroughly is Latin taught that finally other subjects are explained through the medium of this language. He had, himself, brought from his school and college days very decided discontent with the methods then in vogue. This discontent he expresses in language of peculiar energy and even harshness. He is a true reformer. In 1643 Milton, then 35 years old, married Mary Powell, a girl of just half his own age, daughter of a royalist residing near Oxford. We must imagine this young wife as coming to preside, somewhat in the capacity of matron, over a family of boys held severely to their tasks of study by a master in whom the sense of humor was almost entirely lacking, and whose discipline was of the sternest. That she could not endure the situation was but natural. Very soon after the wedding she went home with the understanding that she was to make a short visit to her parents and sisters, but she did not return for 2 years. Her husband summoned her, but she would not come back. In 1645 she at last repented of her waywardness, sought reconciliation, and was forgiven. These 2 years had wrought a change in Mary Powell Milton. She was now ready to live with her husband, and did so till her death in 1652. She left him 3 daughters, the youngest of whom, Deborah, lived till 1723, and was known to Addison and his contemporaries, from whom she received distinguished honors. In reading Milton we find that all the vicissitudes of his life reflect themselves in his works, so that the political and social events in which he is personally concerned usurp his attention, color his views, and often become his themes. Thus he is not, like Shakespeare, a critic of the whole of humanity, but is usually an advocate or an accuser of the leaders in church and state and of the principles which they profess. He is by nature a partisan. All the energy of his mind goes into denunciation or vindication. His experience of wedded life made him an advocate of easier divorce, and determined in him a mood which expressed itself in writings that naturally brought upon him obloquy even from those who held him most in honor. It would be most interesting to know something of the daily routine of Milton's school, to ascertain what his pupils knew and could do when he had done with them. But we must remember that during all the years of his teaching the great revolution was in progress, that all men of thought were profoundly stirred on public questions, and that Milton himself was a politician and an eager partisan of the cause of Parliament. He did not consider himself a teacher finally and for good. His school did not develop into anything great or conspicuous, and never became an object of curiosity. While yet engaged in such teaching as he found to do, he had written the pamphlets on education and on divorce, and also the famous one entitled Areopagitica, a speech for the liberty of unlicensed printing to the Parliament of England. This is the best worth reading of all his prose writings. The subject of it is perfectly intelligible still, and its English shows to perfection the qualities of the great Miltonic style. After the execution of Charles I, Jan. 30, 1649, it became more than ever necessary for all thoughtful men to express their convictions. For a people to put to death its king by judicial process was an unheard of event. Those who considered that the Parliament had acted within the law and could not have done otherwise with due regard to the welfare of the nation had to convince doubting and timid citizens at home, and also, so far as was possible, to placate critics in other nations who still believed that the king could do no wrong. For all Europe interested itself in this tremendous act of the English Parliament. Within a fortnight after the death of the king, Milton published his pamphlet on the tenure of kings and magistrates. This work so impressed the parliamentary leaders as a thorough and unanswerable argument in defense of their cause that they sought out its author, and in March appointed him to the important post of Secretary for Foreign Tongues. Milton's perfect command of Latin now stood him in good stead. Here was an uncompromising Puritan, fully the equal of the foreign ecclesiastics in theology, and capable of holding his own in Latin composition with the most famous humanists of the time. Latin was then the language of international intercourse. Milton's duty was to translate into and from Latin the dispatches that passed between his own and foreign governments. He also composed original treatises, some in English and some in Latin, the most important of which continued his justification of the national act of regicide. The importance of these writings was very great. Milton's services to the Puritan cause can today hardly be appreciated. It was the constant aim of royalists at home and abroad to represent England as having fallen under the control of ignorant fanatics, of ambitious, barbarous, bloodthirsty men. By his very personality, his knowledge of affairs, his familiarity with ancient and medieval history, and, above all, by his fluency in Latin invective, Milton thwarted attempts to disparage his countrymen as lawless barbarians. He helped to maintain the good name of his country as a land of intellectual light and of respect for ancient usage. Foreigners who attempted personal vilification found him ready to meet them with their own weapons. The poet of Comus now shows himself a controversialist of unbounded energy. In 1652, shortly before the death of his wife, Milton became totally blind. Henceforward the duties of his secretaryship had to be performed with the aid of an amanuensis. He continued, however, to fill the office till just before the end of the Protectorate in 1659. In November, 1656, he married Catherine Woodcock, who lived but till March, 1658. She left an infant which died a month after the mother. Milton's duties as Secretary for Foreign Tongues must have brought him, one would think, into some sort of personal relation with Cromwell and the other great parliamentary leaders. The poet leaves us in no doubt as to the high esteem in which he held these men. But no gossip of the time admits us to a glimpse of their intercourse with each other. It falls to Milton to eulogize Cromwell. It never came in Cromwell's way to put on record his estimate of Milton. With the restoration of royalty in the person of Charles II, in 1660, Milton's public activity of course ceased, and the second period of his life comes to an end. We saw his first period devoted to preparation and to early essays in poetry, with the distinct conception that poetry was yet to be the great work of his life. In his second period he expresses himself in verse but rarely and briefly, but produces controversial prose, now in English, now in Latin. In this second period he works, as teacher or as public secretary, for payment, supporting himself and family. When the third period begins, he loses all employment, goes into closest retirement, a widower with 3 daughters growing up from childhood, and devotes himself to the poetry that he has always contemplated as the object of his ambition. He has now been blind 8 years. In view of the conspicuous part that Milton had taken in defending the right of Parliament to bring a king to the scaffold, it is surprising that of the Restoration he was not included in the number of those marked out for the punishment of death. He was for some time undoubtedly in danger. Fortunately he was overlooked, or, perhaps, was purposely neglected as being henceforth harmless. In February, 1663, he married his third wife Elizabeth Minchell, who faithfully cared for him till his death in 1674. During this last period of his life Milton composed and published his major poems, Paradise Lost, 1667, Paradise Regained, and Samson Agonists, 1671. For Paradise Lost he received from his publisher £5 in cash, with promise of £5 when 1,300 copies should have been sold, and of 2 more payments, each of the same sum, when 2 more editions of the same size should have been disposed of. The last years of his life Milton appears to have spent in comparative comfort. His 3 daughters had gone out to learn trades. It seems he had given them no education. It may be they showed no desire or aptitude for instruction. Far more probably, however, he took no interest in their education. His ideal of womanhood, as may be gathered from numerous passages in his poems, is as far as possible removed from the modern conception of sexual equality as to opportunity for education and for training to self-determination. He shared in this respect the views that prevailed during his day in all classes of society, and he maintained these views as apparent no less than as the poet of Paradise. Besides the poems named above as produced during this last period of his life, Milton published also in these years several prose works, which have now little value except as showing the bent and occupation of his mind. Among these may be named a small Latin grammar, written in English, which he had composed long before, and a history of Britain to the Norman conquest. Though the immediate sale of Paradise Lost was not large, according to our ideas, it was yet sufficient to indicate a very respectable interest in the reading public of the day. We must remember that it appeared in the corrupt time of the Restoration, when the prevailing literary fashion was wholly adverse to seriousness and ideality. The age was spiritually degenerate. Milton himself considered that he lived an age too late. The great poem had no royal or noble sponsors to give it vogue, yet it made its way. By no means had all minds become frivolous. The minor poems had been published by themselves in 1645. These had always had their readers. The prose pamphlets of the Secretary for Foreign Tongues were, at least by a small class of observant persons, known to be the work of the author of COMUS and LYCIDAS. There were not wanting men to take a sympathetic interest in the fate of the poet in his retirement, and to note the appearance of Paradise Lost as a literary event. Thus it was that Milton lived to have some slight foretaste of the honor which 2 centuries have bestowed on his memory. Visitors came to see him in his modest dwelling in an unfashionable quarter of London. Foreigners occasionally came to satisfy their curiosity. Dryden, the chief poet who wrote in the spirit of the Restoration, called to talk with the author of Paradise Lost, and to suggest improvements in the form of the poem, which he thought should be in rhyme. The recognition which the poet thus got in his lifetime is small only in comparison with the immense fame he has won since his death. Milton has now become an object of the profoundest curiosity. His life has been investigated by Professor Masson, with a minute scrutiny into details such as has been devoted to no other writer but Shakespeare. His works are perpetually reprinted in all imaginable forms, whether of cheapness or of sumptuous elegance. They are read as textbooks in schools by hosts of youth. Our beliefs regarding the great themes of the sacred scriptures are so colored by the Miltonic epics that we hardly know today just what part of our conceptions we owe to the Bible and what to the poet. Next to the Shakespearean dramas, the poems of Milton are the largest single influence that knits the English-speaking race into one vast brotherhood. All students of Milton have to acknowledge their indebtedness to Professor David Masson of Edinburgh, who has devoted years of labor to research in every department of Miltonic lore. Masson's great life of Milton in connection with the history of his time is far too bulky for use except for reference on special points. The index volume makes the enormous work accessible as occasion requires. To his edition of the poetical works, Masson prefixes a life, which will suffice for all the needs likely to arise in school. Yet again, Masson is the writer of the article on Milton in the Encyclopaedia Britannica, a most complete presentment of everything a student ordinarily needs to know. In the series of classical writers is a little book, or primer, on Milton, written by Stopford Brooke. In the English Men of Letters series, the Milton is the work of Mark Pattison. The latest good account of Milton is the book entitled simply John Milton, by Walter Raleigh, professor at University College, Liverpool. This is a remarkably vigorous and illuminating piece of criticism. Perhaps the most interesting writing on a Milton subject is the book by Mrs. and Manning, The Maiden and Married Life of Mary Powell, afterward Mrs. Milton, and the sequel thereto, Deborah's Diary. This the student must read with the full understanding that it is a work of fiction. It is right to warn young readers against the natural tendency to give their time to critical and expository books and articles before they make acquaintance with originals. Almost every essayist of note has written on Milton. There is danger lest we accept opinions at second hand. The only opinions on Milton to which we have any right are those we form from our own reading of his works. On the morning of Christ's Nativity. Composed 1629. This is the month, and this the happy morn, wherein the Son of Heaven's eternal King, of wedded maid and virgin mother born, our great redemption from above did bring. 5. That he, and with his Father work us a perpetual peace. 2. That glorious form, that light unsufferable, and that far-beaming blaze of majesty, wherewith at heaven's high council table to sit the midst of trinal unity, he laid aside, and, here with us to be, forsook the courts of everlasting day, and chose with us a darksome house of mortal clay. 3. Say, heavenly Muse, shall not 15 afford a present to the infant God? Hast thou no verse, no hymn, or solemn strain, to welcome him to this his new abode? Now while the heaven, by untrod, hath took no print of the approaching light. 20. And all the spangled host keep watch in squadrons bright. 4. See how from far upon the eastern road the star-led wizards haste with odors sweet. Oh! Run! And lay it lowly at his blessed feet. 25. Have thou the honor first thy Lord to greet, and join thy voice unto the angel choir, from out his secret altar. The hymn. It was the winter wild, while the heaven-born child 30, all meanly wrapped in the rude manger lies. Nature, in awe to him, had doffed her gaudy trim, with her great master so to sympathize. It was no season then for her 35 to wanton with the sun, her lusty paramour. 2. Only with speeches fair she woos the gentle air, to hide her guilty front with innocent snow, and on her naked shame. 40. With sinful blame the saintly veil of maiden white to throw. Confounded, that her Maker's eyes should look so near upon her foul deformities. 3. But he, her fears to cease. 45. Sent down the meek-eyed peace. She, crowned with olive green, came softly sliding down through his ready harbinger, the amorous clouds dividing. 50. And, waving wide her myrtle wand, she strikes a universal peace through sea and land. 4. No war, or battle sound was heard the world around. The idle spear and shield were high up hung. 55. Stood unstained with hostile blood. The trumpet spake not to the armed throng, and kings sat still with awful eye, as if they surely knew their Lord was by. 60. But peaceful was the night, wherein his reign of peace upon the earth began. Smoothly the waters kissed. 65. Whispering new joys to the mild, who now hath quite forgot to rave, while sit brooding on the charmed wave. 6. The stars, with deep amaze, stand fixed in steadfast gaze. 70. Bending one way, and will not take their flight, or that often warned them thence, but in their glimmering orbs did glow. 75. Until their Lord himself bespake, and bid them go. 7. And, though the shady gloom had given day her room, the sun himself withheld his wonted speed, and hid his head for shame. 80. His inferior flame. The new enlightened world no more should need. He saw a greater sun appear than his bright throne or burning axletree could bear. 8. The shepherds on the lawn, 85. Sat simply chatting in a rustic row. That was kindly come to live with them below, 90. Perhaps their loves, or else their sheep, was all that did their silly thoughts so busy keep. 9. When such music sweet their hearts and ears did greet, as never was, 95. Divinely warbled voice, answering the stringed noise. The air, such pleasure loath to lose, 99. With thousand echoes still prolongs each heavenly close. X. Nature, that heard such sound beneath the hollow round of the airy region thrilling, now was almost won to think her part was done. 105. And that her reign had here its last fulfilling. She knew such harmony alone could hold all heaven and earth in happier. 11. At last surrounds their sight a globe of circular light, 110. That with long beams the shamefaced night arrayed, and are seen in glittering ranks with wings displayed, harping in loud and solemn choir, 115. To heaven's newborn heir. 12. Such music, as, 'tis said, before was never made, while the Creator great 120. His constellation set, and the well-balanced world on hinges hung, and cast the dark foundations deep, and bid their oozy channel keep. 13. 125. Once bless our human ears, if ye have power to touch our senses so, and let your silver chime move in melodious time, and let the bass of heaven's deep organ blow, 130. And with your ninefold harmony make up full consort to the angelic symphony. 14. For, if such holy song enwrap our fancy long, time will run back and fetch the age of gold, 135. And will sicken soon and die, and leprous sin will melt from earthly mold, and hell itself will pass away, and leave her dolorous mansions to the peering day. 140. 15. Yea, truth and justice then will down return to men, orbed in a rainbow, and mercy will sit between, throned in celestial sheen, 145. With radiant feet the tissued clouds down steering, and heaven, as at some festival, will open wide the gates of her high palace hall. 16. But wisest fate says no, this must not yet be so. 150. The babe yet lies in smiling infancy, that on the bitter cross must redeem our loss, so both himself and us to glorify. Yet first, to 155. The wakeful trump of doom must thunder through the deep. 17. As on Mount Sinai rang, while the red fire and smoldering clouds outbreak, the aged earth, aghast 160. With terror of that blast, shall from the surface to the center shake. When, at the world's last session, the dreadful judge in middle air shall spread his throne. 18. And then at last our bliss 165. Full and perfect is. But now begins. For from this happy day, underground, in straighter limits bound, not half so far casts his usurped sway, 170. And, wroth to see his kingdom fail, swinges the scaly horror of his folded tail. 19. No voice or hideous hum runs through the arched roof in words deceiving. 175. From his shrine can no more divine, with hollow shriek the steep of Delphos leaving, no nightly trance, or breathed Inspires the pale-eyed priest from the prophetic cell. 180. XX. The lonely mountains o'er. And the resounding shore. A voice of weeping heard and loud lament. From haunted spring, and dale. Edged with poplar pale, 185. The parting is with sighing sent. With flower-enwoven tresses torn. The nymphs in twilight shade of tangled thickets mourn. 21. In consecrated earth. And on the holy hearth, 190. Moan with midnight plaint. In urns, and altars round. A drear and dying sound. At their service quaint. And, 195. While each peculiar power forgoes his wonted seat. 22. Forsake their temples dim. With. And, 200. Heaven's queen and mother both. Now sits not girt with tapers holy shine. Shrinks his horn. In vain the Tyrian maids mourn. 23. And, fled, 205. Hath left in shadows dread. His burning idol all of blackest hue. In vain with cymbals ring. They call the grisly king. In dismal dance about, 210. The brutish gods of Nile as fast. Haste. 24. In Memphian grove or green, 214. Trampling with lowings loud, 215. Nor can he be at rest. Within his sacred chest. Naught but profoundest hell can be his shroud. In vain, with timbreled anthems dark. The sable-stoled sorcerers bear his worshipped ark. 220. 25. He feels from Judah's land. The dreaded infant's hand. The rays of Bethlehem blind. Nor all the gods beside. Longer dare abide, 225. Not Typhon huge ending in snaky twine. Our babe, to show his godhead true. Can in his swaddling bands control the damned crew. 26. So, when the sun in bed. Curtained with cloudy red, 230. Pillows his chin upon an orient wave. The flocking shadows pale. Troop to the infernal jail. Each fettered ghost slips to his several grave. And the yellow-skirted fays 235. Fly after the night steeds, leaving their moon-loved maze. 27. But see! The Virgin blessed. Hath laid her babe to rest. Time is our tedious song should here have ending. Her sleeping lord with handmaid lamp attending. And all about the courtly stable. Bright harnessed angels sit in order serviceable. On Shakespeare. 1630. What needs my Shakespeare for his honored bones? The labor of an age in piled stones? Or that his hallowed relics should be hid under a pyramid? Dear son of memory, great heir of fame, 5. What needst thou such weak witness of thy name? Thou in our wonder and astonishment hast built thyself. For whilst, to the shame of slow endeavoring art, thy easy numbers flow, 10. Hath from the leaves of with deep impression took. Then thou, and so in such pomp dost lie, 15. That kings for such a tomb would wish to die. L'Allegro. Hence, loathed melancholy. In forlorn. Mongst horrid shapes, and shrieks, and sights unholy. Find out, 5. Where brooding darkness spreads his jealous wings. And the night raven sings. There, under ebon shades and low-browed rocks. As ragged as thy locks. Ever dwell. 10. But come, thou goddess fair and free. In heaven Euphrosyne. And by men heart-easing mirth. Whom lovely Venus, at a birth. With, 15. To ivy-crowned Bacchus bore. Or whether, as some satyr sing. That breathes the spring. Zephyr, with Aurora playing. As he met her once a Maying, 20. There, on beds of violets blue, and fresh-blown roses washed in dew, filled her with thee, a daughter fair, jest, and youthful jollity, quips and cranks and wanton wiles, nods and becks and wreathed, such as hang on Hebe's cheek, and love to live in dimples sleek. 30. Sport that wrinkled care derides, and laughter holding both his sides. Come, and on the light fantastic toe, and in thy right hand lead with thee. 35. The mountain nymph, sweet liberty, and, if I give thee honor due, mirth, admit me of thy crew, to live with her, and live with thee, in unreproved pleasures free. 40. Begin his flight, and, singing, startle the dull night, from his watchtower in the skies, till the dappled dawn doth rise. 45. And at my window bid good morrow, through the sweet briar or the vine, or the twisted eglantine, while the cock, with lively din, scatters the rear of darkness thin. 50. And to the stack, or the barn door, stoutly struts his dames before, cheerly rouse the slumbering morn, from the side of some hoar hill. 55. Through the high wood echoing shrill, by hedgerow elms, on hillocks green, right the eastern gate, where the great sun begins his state. 60. Robed in flames and amber light, while the ploughman, near at hand, whistles o'er the furrowed land, and the milkmaid singeth blithe. 65. And the mower whets his scythe, straight mine eye hath caught new pleasures, whilst round it measures. 70. And fallows grey, where the nibbling flocks do stray, mountains on whose barren breast the labouring clouds do often rest, meadows trim, with daisies pied. 75. Shallow brooks, and rivers wide, towers and battlements seas, bosomed high in tufted trees, where perhaps some beauty lies. 80. From betwixt two aged oaks, are at their savoury dinner set, of herbs and other country messes. 85. Which the neat-handed Phyllis dresses, and then in haste her she leaves, with the stylus to bind the sheaves, or, if the earlier season lead, to thee in the mead. 90. The upland hamlets will invite, when the merry bells ring round, and the jocund rebecks sound, to many a youth and many a maid. 95. Dancing, and young and old come forth to play, on a sunshine holiday, then to the spicy nut-brown ale. 100. With stories told of many a feat, how the junkets eat, was pinched and pulled, she said, and he, by friar's lantern led, how the drudging goblin sweat. 105. To earn his cream bowl duly set, when in one night, ere glimpse of morn, his shadowy flail hath threshed the corn, that 10-day labourers, then lies him down. 110. And, stretched out all the chimney's length, basks at the fire his hairy strength, and crop full out of doors he flings, ere the first cock his matin rings. To bed they creep. 115. By whispering winds soon lulled asleep, and the busy hum of men, where throngs of knights and barons bold. 120. With store of ladies, whose bright eyes, and judge the prize, of wit or arms, while both contend, to win her grace all commend. In saffron robe, with taper clear, and pomp, and feast, and revelry, with an antique pageantry, such sights as youthful poets dream, on summer eves by haunted stream. 130. If beyond, warble his native wood notes wild. 135. Married to immortal verse, such as may pierce, in notes with many a winding, Of linked sweetness long drawn out 140. With wanton heed and giddy cunning. The melting voice through mazes running. Untwisting all the chains that tie. The hidden soul of harmony. From golden slumber on a bed. Of heaped Elysian flowers, and here. Such strains as would have won the ear. Of to have quite set free. His half-regained Eurydice. 150. These delights if thou canst give. Mirth, with thee I mean to live. Il penseroso. Hence, vain deluding joys. The brood of folly without father bred. Or fill the fixed mind with all your toys. Dwell in some idle brain, 5. And fancies with gaudy shapes possess. As thick and numberless. As the gay motes that people the sunbeams. Or likest hovering dreams. The fickle pensioners of train. 10. But, hail! Thou goddess sage and holy. Hail, divinest! Whose saintly visage is too bright. And therefore to our weaker view, 15. O'erlaid with black, staid wisdom's hue. Black, but such as in esteem. Sister might beseem. Or that strove. To set her beauty's praise above 20. The sea nymphs, and their powers offended. Yet thou art higher far descended. Thee long of yore. To solitary Saturn bore. His daughter she. In Saturn's reign 25. Such mixture was not held a stain. Oft in glimmering bowers and glades. He met her, and in secret shades. Of woody Ida's inmost grove. 30. Come, pensive nun, devout and pure. Sober, steadfast, and demure. Flowing with majestic train. Over thy decent shoulders drawn. With even step, and musing gait. And looks commercing with the skies. 40. There, held in holy passion still. Till. Thou fix them on the earth as fast. 45. And here's the muses in a ring. Round about Jove's altar sing. And add to these retired leisure. That in trim gardens takes his pleasure, 50. But, first and chiefest, with thee bring. Him that yon soars on golden wing. Guiding. And the mute silence along, 55. In her sweetest, saddest. Smoothing the rugged brow of night. While. Gently o'er the accustomed oak. 60. Sweet bird, that shunts the noise of folly. Most musical, most melancholy. Thee, chauntress, oft the woods among. I woo, to hear thy even song. And, missing thee, I 65. On the dry smooth shaven green. To behold the wandering moon. Riding near her highest noon. Like one that had been led astray. Through the heavens' wide pathless way, 70. And oft, as if her head she bowed. Stooping through a fleecy cloud. Oft, on a plat of rising ground. I hear the far-off curfew sound. Over some wide-watered shore, 75. Swinging slow with sullen roar. Some still place will fit. Where glowing embers through the room. Teach light to counterfeit a gloom, 80. Far from all resort of mirth. Save the cricket on the hearth. Or the bellman's drowsy charm. To bless the doors from nightly harm. Or let my lamp, at midnight hour, 85. Be seen in some high lonely tower. Where I may oft. Or unsphere. The spirit of Plato, to unfold. What worlds or what vast regions hold 90. The immortal mind that hath forsook. Her mansion in this fleshly nook. And of those that are found. In fire, air, flood, or underground. Whose power hath a true consent 95. With planet or with element. In sceptred pall come sweeping by. Presenting Thebes, or Pelops' line. Or the tale of Troy divine, 100. Or what, though rare, of later age. Ennobled hath the buskined stage. But, O sad virgin! That thy power might raise from his bower the soul of Sing 105. Such notes as, warbled to the string, drew iron tears down Pluto's cheek, and made hell grant what love did seek. The story of Cambuscan bold, 110. Of Camball, and of Algarsife. And who had Cannae to wife, that owned the virtuous ring in glass. And of the wondrous horse of brass, on which the Tartar king did ride. 115. And if aught else great bards beside, in sage and solemn tunes have sung, of tourneys, and of trophies hung, of forests, and enchantments drear, where 120. Till appear, not tricked and frounced, but in a comely cloud, 125. While are piping loud, when the gust hath blown his fill, ending on the rustling leaves. 130. And, to fling his flaring beams, me, goddess, bring to arched walks of twilight groves, and shadows brown, that loves of pine, or 135. Where the rude axe with heaved stroke was never heard the nymphs to daunt, or fright them from their hallowed haunt. There, in close covert, by some brook. 140. That at her flowery work doth sing, and the waters murmuring, with such consort as they keep. 145. And let some strange mysterious dream wave at wings, in airy stream of lively portraiture displayed, softly on my eyelids laid. 150. And, as I wake, sweet music breathe, above, about, or underneath, sent by some spirit to mortals good, or the unseen genius of the wood. But let my dew feet 155. And love the high roof, with antique pillars, casting a dim religious light. 160. There let the pealing organ blow, to the full-voiced choir below, in service high and anthems clear, as may with sweetness, through mine ear, dissolve me into ecstasies. 165. And bring all heaven before mine eyes, and may at last my weary age find out the peaceful hermitage, the hairy gown and mossy cell, of every star that heaven doth shew, and every herb that sips the dew, till old experience do attain to something like prophetic strain. These pleasures, melancholy, give. 175. And I with thee will choose to live. Arcades. Part of an entertainment presented to the Countess Dowager of Derby at Harefield by some noble persons of her family, who appear on the scene in pastoral habit, moving toward the seat of state, with this song. Song. Look, nymphs and shepherds, look! What sudden blaze of majesty is that which we from hence descry? Too divine to be mistook. This is she 5. To whom our vows and wishes bend. Here our solemn search hath end. Fame, that her high worth to raise, seemed erst so lavish and profuse. We may justly now accuse 10. Of detraction from her praise. Less than half we find expressed. Envy bid conceal the rest. Mark what radiant state she spreads. In circle round her shining throne 15. Shooting her beams like silver threads. This is she alone. Sitting like a goddess bright, in the center of her light. Might she the wise be, 20. Or mother of 100 gods? Juno dares not give her odds. Who had thought this clime had held a deity so unparalleled? 25. As they come forward, the genius of the wood appears, and, turning toward them, speaks. Gen. Stay, gentle swains, for, though in this disguise, I see bright honor sparkle through your eyes. And sprung of that renowned flood, so often sung. Who, by secret sluice, 30, stole under seas to meet his Erithus. And ye, the breathing roses of the wood, fair silver-buskined nymphs, as great and good. I know this quest of yours and free intent was all in honor and devotion meant. 35. To the great mistress of yon princely shrine, whom with low reverence I adore as mine, and with all helpful service will comply, to further this night's glad solemnity, and lead ye where ye may more near behold. 40. What shallow searching fame hath left untold, which I full oft, amidst those shades alone, have sat to wonder at, and gaze upon. For know, by lot from Jove, I am the power of this fair wood, and live in oaken bower. 45. To nurse the saplings tall, and all my plants I save from nightly ill, of winds and blasting vapors chill, and from the boughs brush off the evil dew. 50. And heal the harms of, or what smites, or hurtful worm with cankered venom bites. When doth rise, I fetch my round over the mount, and all this hallowed ground. 55. And early, ere the odorous breath of morn awakes the slumbering leaves, or tasselled horn shakes the high thicket, haste I all about, number my ranks, and visit every sprout with puissant words and made to bless. 60. But else, in deep of night, when drowsiness hath locked up mortal sense, then listen I to that sit upon. 65. And turn the adamantine spindle round, on which the fate of gods and men is wound. Such sweet compulsion doth in music lie, to lull and keep unsteady nature to her law. 70. And the low world in measured motion draw after the heavenly tune. And yet such music worthiest were to blaze the peerless height of her immortal praise. 75. Whose lustre leads us, and for her most fit, if my inferior hand or voice could hit inimitable sounds. Yet, as we go, whatever the skill of lesser gods can show, I will essay, her worth to celebrate. 80. And so attend ye toward her glittering state, where ye may all, that are of noble stem, approach, and kiss her sacred vesture's hem. 2. Song. O'er the smooth enamelled green, where no print of step hath been. 85. Follow me, as I sing, and under the shady roof of branching elm starproof, follow me. 90. I will bring you where she sits, clad in splendor as befits her deity, such a rural queen all Arcadia hath not seen. 95. 3. Song. Nymphs and shepherds, dance no more by sandy lilied banks, on old Hoar, trip no more in twilight ranks, though your loss deplore. 100. A better soil shall give ye thanks. From the stony, bring your flocks, and live with us. Here ye shall have greater grace, to serve the lady of this place. 105. Yet Syrinx well might wait on her, such a rural queen all Arcadia hath not seen. At a solemn music, blessed pair of sirens, pledges of heaven's joy, sphere-born harmonious sisters, voice and verse, wed your divine sounds, and mixed power employ, dead things within breathed sense able to pierce, and to our high-raised fantasy present. 5. That undisturbed song of pure consent I sung before, to him that sits thereon, with saintly shout and solemn jubilee, where the bright seraphim in burning row 10 their loud uplifted angel trumpets blow, and the cherubic host in thousand choirs touch their immortal harps of golden wires. With those just spirits that wear victorious palms. Hymns devout and holy Psalms 15. Singing everlastingly. That we on earth, with undiscording voice, may rightly answer that melodious noise. As once we did, till disproportioned sin jarred against nature's chime, and with harsh din 20. Broke the fair music that all creatures made. To their great Lord, whose love their motion swayed. In perfect diapason, whilst they stood. In first obedience. And their state of good. Oh, may we soon again renew that song, 25. And keep in tune with heaven, till God ere long. To his celestial us unite. To live with him, and sing in endless morn of light. COMUS. A masque presented at Ludlow Castle, 1634. The persons. The attendant spirit, afterwards in the habit of Thyrsis. COMUS, with his crew. The lady. First brother. Second brother. Sabrina, the nymph. The first scene discovers a wild wood. The attendant spirit descends or enters. Spirit. My mansion is, where those immortal shapes of bright aerial spirits live. In regions mild of calm and serene air. Above the smoke and stir of this dim spot 5. Which men call earth, and, with low-thoughted care, strive to keep up a frail and feverish being. Unmindful of the crown that virtue gives. To her true servants 10. Unsainted. Yet some there be that by due steps aspire. That opes the palace of eternity. To such my errand is, and, but for such, 15. I would not soil. With the rank vapors of this sin-worn mold. But to my task. Neptune, besides the sway of every salt flood and each ebbing stream, took in 20. Imperial rule of all the sea-girt isles. That, like to rich and various gems, inlay the unadorned bosom of the deep. Which he, to grace his tributary gods. 25. And gives them leave to wear their sapphire crowns. And wield their little tridents. The greatest and the best of all the main. He to his blue-haired deities. And all this tract that fronts the falling sun 30. Of mickle trust and power. Has in his charge, with tempered awe to guide. And, proud in arms. Where, nursed in princely lore. Are coming to attend their father's state, 35. And new entrusted scepter. But their way lies through the nodding horror of those shady brows. Threats the forlorn and wandering passenger. And here their tender age might suffer peril, 40. But that, by quick command from Jove, I was dispatched for their defense and guard. And listen why, for I will tell you now. What never yet was heard in tale or song. From old or modern bard. 45. That first from out the purple grape. Crushed the sweet poison of misused wine. Coasting the Tyrrhene shore, as the winds listed. On Circe's island. Who knows not, 50. The daughter of the sun, whose charmed cup. Whoever tasted lost his upright shape. And downward fell into a groveling swine. This nymph, that gazed upon his clustering locks. With ivy berries wreathed, and his blithe youth, 55. Had by him, ere he parted thence, a son. Much like his father, but his mother more. Whom therefore she brought up, and named. Who? Ripe and of his full-grown age. Roving, 60. At last betakes him to this wood. And, in thick shelter of black shades embowered. Excels his mother at her mighty art. Offering to every weary traveler. In a crystal glass, 65. To quench the drouth of Phoebus. Which as they taste. For most do taste through fond intemperate thirst. Soon as the potion works, their human countenance. The express resemblance of the gods, is changed. Into some brutish form of wolf or bear, 70. Or ounce or tiger, hog. Or bearded goat. And they, so perfect in their misery, not once perceive their foul disfigurement, but boast themselves more comely than before, 75. And all their friends and native home forget, to roll with pleasure in a sensual sty. Therefore, when any favourite of high Jove chances to pass through this adventurous glade, swift as the sparkle of a glancing star 80, I shoot from heaven, to give him safe convoy. As now I do. But first I must put off these my sky robes, spun out of iris woof, and take the weeds and likeness of a swain, that to the service of this house belongs, 85. Who, with his soft pipe and smooth dittied song, when they roar, and hush the waving woods, and in this office of his mountain watch, and nearest to the present aid 90. Of this occasion. But I hear the tread of hateful steps, I must be viewless now. COMUS enters, with a charming rod in one hand, his glass in the other. With him a rout of monsters, headed like sundry sorts of wild beasts, but otherwise like men and women, their apparel glistering. They come in making a riotous and unruly noise, with torches in their hands. COMUS now the top of heaven doth hold, and the gilded car of day 95. His glowing axle in the Atlantic stream, and the slope sun his upward beam shoots against the dusky, pacing toward the other goal 100 of his chamber in the east. Meanwhile, welcome joy and feast, midnight shout and revelry, tipsy dance and jollity. Braid your locks, 105. Dropping odors, dropping wine. Rigor now is gone to bed, and with scrupulous head, in slumber lie. 110. We, that are of purer fire, imitate the starry choir, who, in their nightly watchful spheres, lead in swift round the months and years. The sounds and seas, with all their finny drove, 115. Now to the moon move, and on the tawny sands and shelves trip the pert fairies and, by dimpled brook and fountain brim, the wood nymphs, decked with daisies trim, 120. Their merry wakes and pastimes keep. What hath night to do with sleep? Night hath better sweets to prove. Venus now wakes, and wakens. Come, let us our rites begin, 125. 'Tis only daylight that makes sin, which these dun shades will ne'er report. Hail, goddess of nocturnal sport, to whom the secret flame of midnight torches burns. Mysterious dame, 130. That ne'er art called but when the dragon womb of Stygian darkness spets her thickest gloom. And stay thy cloudy ebon chair, wherein, and befriend 135. Us thy vowed priests, till utmost end of all thy dues be done, and none left out, ere the blabbing eastern scout on the Indian steep. 140. And to the telltale sun, our concealed solemnity. Come, knit hands, and beat the ground. The measure. Break off, break off. I feel the different pace 145. Of some chaste footing near about this ground. Run to your within these brakes and trees. Our number may affright some virgin sure. For so I can distinguish by mine art, benighted in these woods. Now to my charms, 150. And to, I shall ere long be well stocked with as fair a herd as grazed about my mother Circe. Thus I hurl my dazzling spells into the of power to cheat the eye with illusion, 155. And give it false presentments, lest the place and my quaint habits breed astonishment, and put the damsel to suspicious flight, which must not be, for that's against my course. I, under fair pretence of friendly ends, 160. And well-placed words of glozing courtesy, baited with reasons not unplausible, wind me into the easy-hearted man, and hug him into snares. When once her eye hath met the virtue of this magic dust 165. I shall appear some harmless villager, whom thrift keeps up about his country gear. But here she comes, I fairly step aside. And hearken, if I may her business hear. The lady enters. Lady. This way the noise was, if mine ear be true, 170. My best guide now. Methought it was the sound of riot and ill-managed merriment, such as the jocund flute or gamesome pipe stirs up among, when, for their teeming flocks and granges full, 175. In wanton dance they praise the bounteous Pan, and thank the gods. I should be loath to meet the rudeness and insolence of such late, yet, oh, where else shall I inform my unacquainted feet 180? In the blind mazes of this tangled wood? My brothers, when they saw me wearied out with this long way, resolving here to lodge, under the spreading favor of these pines, stepped, as they said, to the next thicket side 185. To bring me berries, or such cooling fruit, as the kind hospitable woods provide. They left me then when rose from the hindmost wheels of Phoebus Wain. 190. But where they are, and why they came not back, is now the labor of my thoughts. 'Tis likeliest they had engaged their wandering steps too far. An envious darkness, ere they could return, had stole them from me. Else, O thievish night, 195. Why shouldst thou, but for some felonious end, in thy dark lantern thus close up the stars, that nature hung in heaven, and filled their lamps with everlasting oil, to give due light to the misled and lonely traveler? 200. This is the place, as well as I may guess, whence even now thou, and perfect in my listening ear. What might this be? 1,000 fantasies 205. Begin to throng into my memory, of calling shapes, and beckoning shadows dire, and airy tongues that syllable men's names, on sands and shores and desert wildernesses. These thoughts 210. The virtuous mind, that ever walks attended by conscience. Oh, welcome, pure-eyed faith, white-handed hope, thou hovering angel girt with golden wings, and thou unblemished form of chastity. 215. I see thee visibly, and now believe that he, the supreme good, to whom all things ill are but as slavish officers of vengeance, would send a glistering guardian, if need were, to keep my life and honor unassailed. 220. Was I deceived, or did a sable cloud turn forth on the night? I did not err, there does a sable cloud turn forth her silver lining on the night, and casts a gleam over this tufted grove. 225. I cannot hallo to my brothers, but such noise as I can make to be heard farthest, I'll venture, for my new enlivened spirits prompt me, and they perhaps are not far off. Song. Sweet echo, sweetest nymph, that liv'st unseen 230. By slow Margent green, where the lovelorn nightingale nightly to thee her sad song mourneth well. 235. Canst thou not tell me of a gentle pair that likest thy are? Oh, if thou have hid them in some flowery cave, tell me but where. 240. Sweet queen of parley, so mayst thou be translated to the skies. COMUS. Can any mortal mixture of earth's mold breathe such divine enchanting ravishment? 245. Sure something holy lodges in that breast. And with these raptures moves the vocal air, to testify his hidden residence. Of silence, through the empty vaulted night, 250. Smoothing the raven down. Of darkness till it smiled. I have oft heard my mother Circe with three, amidst the flowery kirtled, culling their potent herbs and baleful drugs, 255. Who, as they sung, would take the prisoned soul, wept, and chid her barking waves into attention, and fell murmured soft applause. In pleasing slumber lulled the sense, 260. And in sweet madness robbed it of itself. But such a sacred and home-felt delight, such sober certainty of waking bliss, I never heard till now. I'll speak to her, and she shall be my queen. Hail, foreign wonder. 265. Whom certain these rough shades did never breed, that in rural shrine dwells here with Pan or Sylvan, by blessed song, forbidding every bleak unkindly fog to touch the prosperous growth of this tall wood. 270. Lady. Nay, gentle shepherd, ill is lost that praise, that is addressed to unattending ears. Not any boast of skill, but how to regain my severed company, compelled me to awake the courteous echo. 275. To give me answer from her mossy couch. COMUS. Lady. Dim darkness and this leafy labyrinth. COMUS. Could that divide you from near ushering guides? Lady. They left me weary on a grassy turf. 280. COMUS. By falsehood, or discourtesy, or why? Lady. To seek I, the valley some cool friendly spring. COMUS. And left your fair side all unguarded, lady. Lady. They were but twain, and purposed quick return. COMUS. Perhaps forestalling night prevented them. 285. Lady. How easy my misfortune is to hit. COMUS. Imports their loss, beside the present need. Lady. No less than if I should my brothers lose. COMUS. Lady. As smooth as Hebe's their unrazored lips. 290. COMUS. Two such I saw, what time? From the furrow came, and the swinked hedger at his supper sat. I saw them under that crawls along the side of yon small hill. 295. Plucking ripe clusters from the tender shoots. Their port was more than human, as they stood. I took it for a fairy vision of some that in the colors of the rainbow live. 300. I was awestruck, and, as I passed, I worshipped. If those you seek, it were a journey like the path to heaven, to help you find them. Lady. Gentle villager. What readiest way would bring me to that place? 305. COMUS. Due west it rises from this shrubby point. Lady. To find out that, good shepherd, I suppose, in such a scant allowance of starlight, would overtask the best land pilot's art, without the sure guess of well-practiced feet. 310. COMUS. I know each lane, and every alley green, dingle, or bushy dell, of this wild wood, and every bosky bourne from side to side. My daily walks an ancient neighborhood. And, if your stray attendants be yet lodged, 315. I shall know, ere morrow wake, or the low-roost lark. If otherwise, I can conduct you, lady, to a low but loyal cottage, where you may be safe. 320. Till further quest. Lady. Shepherd, I take thy word, and trust thy honest offered courtesy, which oft is sooner found in lowly sheds, with smoky rafters, than in tapestry halls, And courts of princes, 325. And yet is most pretended. In a place I cannot be, that I should fear to change it. I me, blessed Providence, and Shepherd, lead on. 330. The Two Brothers. ELD. Bro, unmuffle, ye faint stars. And thou, fair moon. The traveller's benison. Through an amber cloud. In double night of darkness and of shades. 335. Or, if your influence be quite dammed up with black usurping mists, some gentle taper, though from the wicker hole of some clay habitation, visit us with thy long levelled rule of streaming light. 340. And thou shalt be our secretary, bro. Or, if our eyes be barred, that happiness might we but hear the folded flocks, penned in their wattled coats. 345. Or whistle from the lodge, or village cock count the night watches to his feathery dames. 'Twould be some solace yet, some little cheering, in this close dungeon of. But, oh, that hapless virgin, our lost sister. 350. Where may she wander now, whither betake her? From the chill dew, amongst rude burrs and thistles. Perhaps some cold bank is her bolster now. Or, gainst the rugged bark of some broad elm, leans her unpillowed head, fraught with sad fears. 355. What if in wild amazement and affright? Or, while we speak, within the direful grasp. ELD. Bro. Peace, brother, be not over exquisite. To cast the fashion of uncertain evils. 360. For, while they rest unknown, what need a man forestall his date of grief, and run to meet what he would most avoid? Or, if they be but false alarms of fear, how bitter is such? 365. Or so unprincipled in virtue's book, and the sweet peace that goodness bosoms ever, as that the single want of light and noise, not being in danger, as I trust she is not. 370. Could stir the constant mood of her calm thoughts, and put them into misbecoming plight. And wisdom's self. 375. Oft seeks to sweet retired solitude, where, with her best nurse, she plumes her feathers, and lets grow her wings. That, in the various bustle of resort, and sometimes impaired. 380. He that has light within his own clear breast, may sit the center, and enjoy bright day. But he that hides a dark soul and foul thoughts, benighted walks under the midday sun. Himself is his own dungeon. Secretary, bro. 'Tis most true. 385. That musing meditation most, the pensive secrecy of desert cell, far from the cheerful haunt of men and herds, and sits as safe as in a senate house. For who would rob a hermit of his? 390. His few books, or his beads, or maple dish, or do his grey hairs any violence? But beauty, like, laden with blooming gold, of with unenchanted eye. 395. To save her blossoms, and defend her fruit from the rash hand of bold incontinence, you may as well spread out the unsunned heaps of miser's treasure by an outlaw's den, and tell me it is safe, as bid me hope. 400. Danger. And let a single helpless maiden pass, uninjured in this wild surrounding waste of night or loneliness. I fear the dread events that dog them both. 405. Lest some ill-greeting touch attempt the person. ELD. Bro. Infer as if I thought my sister's state secure without all doubt or controversy. Yet, where an equal poise of hope and fear. 410. Does arbitrate the event, my nature is that I incline to hope rather than fear, and gladly banish My sister is not so defenseless left as you imagine. She has a hidden strength, 415. Which you remember not. Secretary Bro. What hidden strength? Unless the strength of heaven, if you mean that. ELD. Bro. I mean that too, but yet a hidden strength. Which, if heaven gave it, may be termed her own. 'Tis chastity, my brother, chastity, 420. She that has that is clad in complete steel. And, like a nymph with arrows keen, may trace huge forests, and heaths, and sandy perilous wilds, where, through the sacred rays of chastity, 425. No savage fierce, bandite, or mountaineer will dare to soil her virgin purity. Yea, there where very desolation dwells, by in caverns shagged with horrid shades, she may pass on with majesty, 430. Be it not done in pride, or in presumption. Some say no evil thing that walks by night, in fog or fire, by lake or moorish fun, or stubborn unlaid ghost, that breaks his magic chains at curfew time, 435. No goblin or hath hurtful power o'er true virginity. Do ye believe me yet, or shall I call antiquity from the old schools of Greece to testify the arms of chastity? 440. Hence had her dread bow, fair silver-shafted queen forever chaste, wherewith she tamed the blind lioness, and spotted mountain leopard, but set at naught the frivolous bolt of Cupid. Gods and men 445. Feared her stern frown, and she was queen o' the woods. What was that snaky-headed Gorgon shield that wore, unconquered virgin, wherewith she freezed her foes to congealed stone? But rigid looks of chaste austerity, 450. And noble grace that dashed brute violence with sudden adoration and blank awe. So dear to heaven is saintly chastity, that, when a soul is found sincerely so, 1,000 liveried angels lackey her, 455. Driving far off each thing of sin and guilt, and in clear dream and solemn vision, tell her of things that no gross ear can hear, till oft converse with heavenly habitants, to cast a beam on the outward shape, 460. The unpolluted temple of the mind, and it by degrees to the soul's essence, till all be made immortal. But, when lust, by unchaste looks, loose gestures, and foul talk, but most by lewd and lavish act of sin, 465. Lets in defilement to the inward parts, the soul grows clotted by contagion, embodies, and embrutes, till she quite lose the divine property of her first being. Such are those thick and gloomy shadows damp 470. Oft seen in charnel vaults and sepulchres, lingering and sitting by a new-made grave, as loath to leave the body that it loved, and linked itself by carnal sensuality to a degenerate and degraded state. 475. Secretary Bro. How charming is divine philosophy! Not harsh and crabbed, as dull fools suppose, but musical as is Apollo's lute, and a perpetual feast of nectared sweets, where no crude surfeit reigns. ELD. Bro, list. List. I hear 480. Some far-off hello break the silent air. Secretary Bro, methought so too, what should it be? ELD. Bro. For certain. Either some one, like us, night foundered here, or else some neighbor woodman, or, at worst, some roving robber calling to his fellows. 485. Secretary Bro, heaven help my sister. Again, and near. ELD. Bro. I'll hello. If he be friendly, he comes well, if not, Defense is a good cause, and heaven be for us. The attendant spirit, habited like a shepherd. That hello I should know. What are you? Speak. 490. Come not too near, you fall on iron stakes else. Spear. What voice is that? My young lord? Speak again. Secretary Bro, O brother, 'tis my father's shepherd, sure. ELD. Bro. Whose artful strains have oft delayed. 495. And sweetened every musk rose of the dale. How camest thou here, good swain? Hath any ram slipped from the fold, or young kid lost his dam? Or straggling whether the pent flock forsook? How couldst thou find this dark sequestered nook? 500. Spear. O my loved master's heir, and his next joy. I came not here on such a trivial toy. As a strayed ewe, or to pursue the stealth of pilfering wolf. Not all the fleecy wealth that doth enrich these downs is worth a thought. 505. To this my errand, and the care it brought. But, oh! My virgin lady, where is she? In your company? ELD. Bro. To tell thee sadly, shepherd, without blame. Or our neglect, we lost her as we came. 510. Spear. I me unhappy. Then my fears are true. ELD. Bro. What fears, good Thyrsis? Prithee briefly shew. Spear. I'll tell ye. 'Tis not vain or fabulous, though so esteemed by shallow ignorance. What the sage poets, taught by the heavenly muse, 515. Storied of old in high immortal verse. Of dire and enchanted isles. And rift rocks whose entrance leads to hell. For such there be, but unbelief is blind. Within the navel of this hideous wood, 520. Immured in cypress shades, a sorcerer dwells. Of Bacchus and of Circe born, great COMUS. Deep skilled in all his mother's witcheries. And here to every thirsty wanderer, by sly enticement gives his baneful cup. 525. Whose pleasing poison the visage quite transforms of him that drinks, and the inglorious likeness of a beast fixes instead, unmoulding reasons. This have I learnt. 530. Tending my flocks hard by the hilly, that brow this bottom glade, whence night by night he and his monstrous rout are heard to howl, like stabled wolves, or tigers at their prey, doing abhorred rites to Hecate. 535. In their obscured haunts of inmost bowers, yet have they many baits and guileful spells, to inveigle and invite the unwary sense of them that pass unweeting by the way. This evening late, 540. Had ta'en their supper on the savory herb of knot grass dubesprent, and were in fold. I sat me down to watch upon a bank, with ivy canopied, and interwove with flaunting honeysuckle, and began. 545. Wrapped in a pleasing fit of melancholy, till fancy had her fill. But ere a close, the wonted roar was up amidst the woods, and filled the air with barbarous dissonance. 550. At which I ceased, and listened them a while, till an that draw the litter of close-curtained sleep. At last a soft and solemn breathing sound. 555. Rose like a steam of rich distilled perfumes. To be so displaced, I was all ear. 560. And took in strains that might create a soul. But, oh! Ere long, too well I did perceive it was the voice of my most honored lady, your dear sister. Amazed I stood, harrowed with grief and fear. 565. And, oh poor hapless nightingale, thought I, how sweet thou sing'st, how near the deadly snare. Then down the lawns I ran with headlong haste, through paths and turnings often trod by day, till, guided by mine ear, I found the place 570, where that damned wizard, hid in sly disguise, for so by certain signs I knew, had met already, ere my best speed could prevent, the aidless innocent lady, his wished prey, who gently asked if he had seen 575. Supposing him some neighbor villager. Longer I durst not stay, but soon I guessed ye were the two she meant. With that I sprung into swift flight, till I had found you here. But further know I not. Secretary Bro. O night and shades, 580. How are ye joined with hell in triple knot? Against the unarmed weakness of one virgin, alone and helpless. Is this the confidence you gave me, brother? ELD. Bro. Yes, and keep it still. Lean on it safely. Not a period 585. Against the threats of malice or of sorcery, or that power which erring men call chance, this I hold firm. Virtue may be assailed, but never hurt. Surprised by unjust force, but not enthralled. 590. Yea, even that which mischief meant most harm, shall in the happy trial prove most glory. But evil on itself shall back recoil, and mix no more with goodness, when at last. 595. It shall be an eternal restless change, self-fed and self-consumed. If this fail, is rottenness, and earth's base built on stubble. But come, let's on. Against the opposing will and arm of heaven. 600. May never this just sword be lifted up. But for that damned magician, let him be girt with all the griesly legions that troop under the sooty flag of, or all the monstrous forms. 605. Twixt Africa and Ind, I'll find him out, and force him to return back, or drag him by the curls to a foul death, cursed as his life. Spear. Alas! Good venturous youth, and bold emprise. 610. But here thy sword. Far other arms and other weapons must be those that quell the might of hellish charms. He with his bare wand can unthread thy joints, and crumble all thy sinews. ELD. Bro. Why, prithee, shepherd. 615. How durst thou then thyself approach so near, as to make this relation? Spear. Care and how to secure the lady from surprisal brought to my mind a certain shepherd lad, yet well skilled. 620. In every and healing herb that spreads her verdant leaf to the morning ray. He loved me well, and oft would beg me sing. He on the tender grass would sit, and hearken even to ecstasy. 625. And in requital ope his leathern, and show me, telling their strange and vigorous faculties. Amongst the rest a small unsightly root, but of divine effect, he culled me out. 630. The leaf was darkish, and had prickles on it, but in another country, as he said, bore a bright golden flower, but not in this soil. And the dull swain. 635. And yet more medicinal is it than that Hermes once to wise Ulysses gave, and gave it me, and bade me keep it as of sovereign use, gainst all enchantments. 640. Or I pursed it up, but little reckoning made, till now that this extremity compelled. But now I find it true, for by this means I knew the foul enchanter, though disguised. 645. And yet came off. If you have this about you, as I will give you when we go, you may boldly assault the necromancer's hall, where if he be, with dauntless hardihood 650. And brandished blade rush on him, break his glass. And shed the luscious liquor on the ground. But seize his wand. Though he and his cursed crew fierce sign of battle make, and menace high. Or, like the sons of Vulcan, vomit smoke, 655. Yet will they soon retire, if he but shrink. ELD. Bro, Thyrsis, lead on, I'll follow thee. And some good angel bear a shield before us. The scene changes to a stately palace, set out with all manner of deliciousness, soft music, tables spread with all dainties. Comus appears with his rabble, and the lady set in an enchanted chair, to whom he offers his glass, which she puts by, and to rise. Comus. Nay, lady, sit. If I but wave this wand. Your nerves are all chained up in alabaster, 660. And you a statue, or lady. Fool, do not boast. Thou canst not touch the freedom of my mind. With all thy charms, although this corporal rind. Thou hast immaculed while heaven sees good. 665. Comus. Why are you vexed, lady? Why do you frown? Here dwell no frowns, nor anger. From these gates sorrow flies far. See, here be all the pleasures that fancy can beget on youthful thoughts. When the fresh blood grows lively, and returns 670. Brisk as the April buds in primrose season. And first behold here. That flames and dances in his crystal bounds. With spirits of balm and fragrant syrups mixed. Is of such power to stir up joy as this. To life so friendly, or so cool to thirst. Why should you be so cruel to yourself? And to those dainty limbs, which nature lent 680. For gentle usage and soft delicacy. But you invert the covenants of her trust. And harshly deal, like an ill borrower. With that which you received on other terms. Scorning 685. By which all mortal frailty must subsist. Refreshment after toil, ease after pain. That have been tired all day without repast. And timely rest have wanted. But, fair virgin. This will restore all soon. Lady. 'Twill not, false traitor. 690. 'Twill not restore the truth and honesty. That thou hast banished from thy tongue with lies. Was this the cottage and the safe abode? Thou toldst me of. What grim aspects are these? Mercy guard me. 695. Hence with thy brood enchantments, foul deceiver. Hast thou betrayed my credulous innocence? And base forgery? And wouldst thou seek again to trap me here? Fit to ensnare a brute? 700. Were it a draught for Juno when she banquets, I would not taste thy treasonous offer. None. And that which is not good is not delicious. To a well-governed and wise appetite. 705. Comus. O foolishness of men! That lend their ears to and praising the lean and sallow abstinence. Wherefore did nature pour her bounties forth 710. With such a full and unwithdrawing hand. Covering the earth with odors, fruits, and flocks. Thronging the seas with spawn innumerable. But all to please and sate the curious taste. And set to work millions of spinning worms, 715. That in their green shops weave the smooth-haired silk. To deck her sons. And, that no corner might be vacant of her plenty, in her own loins. She the all-worshipped ore and precious gems. To store her children with. If all the world 720 should, in a fit of temperance, feed on. Drink the clear stream, and nothing where but the all-giver would be unthanked, would be unpraised. Not half his riches known, despised. And we should serve him as a grudging master, 725. As a penurious niggard of his wealth. And live like nature's bastards, not her sons. Would be quite surcharged with her own weight. And strangled with her waste fertility. The earth cumbered. And the winged air darked with plumes, 730. The herds would over multitude their lords. The sea o'erfraught would swell, and the unsought diamonds would so emblaze the forehead of the deep. And so bestud with stars, that would grow inured to light and come at last 735. To gaze upon the sun with shameless brows. List, lady. Be not, and be not. With that same vaunted name, virginity. Beauty is nature's coin, must not be hoarded. But must be current, and the good thereof 740. Consists in mutual and partaken bliss. Unsavory in the enjoyment of itself. If you let slip time, like a neglected rose. Withers on the stalk with languished head. Beauty is nature's brag, and must be shown 745. In courts, at feasts, and high solemnities. Where most may wonder at the workmanship. It is for features to keep home. They had their name thence, coarse complexions. And cheeks of sorry will serve to ply 750. What need a vermeil tinctured lip for that? Love darting eyes, or? There was another meaning in these gifts. Think what, and be advised, you are but young yet. 755. Lady. I had not thought to have unlocked my lips. In this unhallowed air, but that this juggler would think to charm my judgment, as mine eyes. Obtruding false rules pranked in reason's garb. I hate 760. And virtue has no tongue to check her pride. Impostor. Do not charge most innocent nature. As if she would her children should be riotous. With her abundance. She, good cateress. Means her provision only to the good, 765. That live according to her sober laws. And holy dictate of spare temperance. If every just man that now pines with want. Had but a moderate and beseeming share. Of that which lewdly pampered luxury 770. Now heaps upon some few with vast excess. Nature's full blessings would be well dispensed. And she no whit encumbered with her store. And then the giver would be better thanked, 775. His praise due paid, for swinish gluttony. Ne'er looks to heaven amidst his gorgeous feast. But with besotted base ingratitude. Crams, and blasphemes his feeder. Shall I go on? To him that dares 780. Arm his profane tongue with contemptuous words. Against the sun-clad power of chastity. Fain would I something say, yet to what end? Thou hast nor ear, nor soul, to apprehend. The sublime notion and high mystery 785. That must be uttered to unfold the sage. And serious doctrine of virginity. And more happiness than this thy present lot. Enjoy your dear wit, and gay rhetoric, 790. That hath so well been taught her dazzling fence. Thou art not fit to hear thyself convinced. Yet, should I try, would kindle my rapt spirits to such a flame of sacred vehemence 795. That dumb things would be moved to sympathize. And the brute earth would lend her nerves, and shake. Till all thy magic structures, reared so high, were shattered into heaps o'er thy false head. COMUS. She fables not. I feel that I do fear 800. Her word set off by some superior power. And, though not mortal, yet a cold shuddering dew dips me all o'er, as when the wrath of Jove. I must dissemble, 805. And try her yet more strongly, come, no more. This is mere moral babble, and direct against of our foundation. I must not suffer this, yet 'tis but the lees and settlings of a melancholy blood. 810. But this will cure all straight, one sip of this will bathe the drooping spirits in delight. Beyond the bliss of dreams. Be wise, and taste. The brothers rush in with swords drawn, wrest his glass out of his hand, and break it against the ground. His rout makes sign of resistance, but are all driven in. The attendant spirit comes in. Spear. What? Have you let the false enchanter scape? Oh, ye mistook, ye should have snatched his wand, 815. And bound him fast. Without his rod reversed. We cannot free the lady that sits here. In stony fetters fixed and motionless. Yet stay, be not disturbed. Now I bethink me, 820. Some other means I have which may be used. Which once of old I learnt. That air piped on plains. There is a gentle nymph not far from hence. That with moist curb sways the smooth Severn stream, 825. A virgin pure. She was the daughter of Locrine. That had the scepter from his father Brute. She, guiltless damsel, flying the mad pursuit. Of her enraged step-dame, Gendolin, 830. That stayed her flight with his cross-flowing course. The water-nymphs, that in the bottom played, held up their pearled wrists, and took her in, bearing her straight to Hull. 835. Who, piteous of her woes, reared her lank head, and gave her to his daughters to embathe. And through the porch and inlet of each sense, dropped in oils, till she revived, 840. And underwent a quick immortal change. Made goddess of the river. Still she retains her maiden gentleness, and oft at eve visits the herds along the twilight meadows. And ill luck signs 845. That the shrewd meddling elf delights to make, which she with precious violade liquors heals. For which the shepherds, at their festivals, carol her goodness loud in rustic lays, and throw sweet garland wreaths into her stream 850. Of pansies, pinks, and gaudy. And, as the old swain said, she can unlock the clasping charm, and thaw the numbing spell, if she be right invoked in warbled song. For maidenhood she loves, and will be swift 855. To aid a virgin, such as was herself, in hard besetting need. This will I try, and add the power of some verse. Song. Sabrina fair. Listen where thou art sitting 860. Under the glassy, cool, translucent wave. In twisted braids of lilies knitting. The loose train of thy amber-dropping hair. Listen for dear honor's sake. Goddess of the silver lake, 865. Listen and save. Listen, and appear to us. In name of great. By the. And, 870. By wrinkled look. And. By. An old spell. By. And sweet. By. And, 880. Wherewith she sits on diamond rocks, sleeking her soft alluring locks. By all the nymphs that nightly dance upon thy streams with wily glance. Rise, rise, and heave thy rosy head 885. From thy coral-paven bed, and thy headlong wave, till thou our summons answered have. Listen and save. Sabrina rises, attended by water nymphs, and sings. By the rushy-fringed bank, 890. Where grow the willow and the osier dank, thick set with agate, and of turquoise blue, and emerald green. That in the channel strays, 895. Whilst from off the waters fleet. Thus I set my printless feet o'er the cowslip's velvet head, that bends not as I tread. Gentle swain, at thy request 900. I am here. Spear. Goddess dear. We implore thy powerful hand. To undo the charmed band of true virgin here distressed 905. Through the force and through the wile of unblessed enchanter vile. Sobre. Brightest lady, look on me. 910. Thus I sprinkle on thy breast drops that from my fountain pure I have kept. Thrice upon thy finger's tip, thrice upon thy rubied lip. 915. Next this marble venomed seat, smeared with gums of glutinous heat, I touch with chaste palms moist and cold. Now the spell hath lost his hold, and I must haste ere morning hour. 920. Sabrina descends, and the lady rises out of her seat. Spear. Virgin, daughter of Locrine, may for this their full tribute never miss. 925. From 1,000 petty rills that tumble down the snowy hills, summer drouth or singed air never scorch thy tresses fair, nor wet October's. 930. Thy molten crystal fill with mud, may thy billows roll ashore thee and the golden ore. May thy lofty head be crowned with many a tower and terrace round. 935. And here and there thy banks upon with come, lady, while heaven lends us grace, let us fly this cursed place, lest the sorcerer us entice. 940. With some other new device, not a waste or needless sound, till we come to holier ground, I shall be your faithful guide through this gloomy covert wide. 945. And not many furlongs thence is your father's residence, where this night are met in state many a friend to gratulate his wished presence, and beside. 950. All the swains that there abide with jigs and rural dance resort, we shall catch them at their sport, and our sudden coming there will double all their mirth and cheer. 955. Come, let us haste, the stars grow high. The scene changes, presenting Ludlow town, and the president's castle, then come the country dancers, after them the attendant spirit, with the two brothers and the lady. Song. Spear. Back, shepherds, back. Enough your play, till next sunshine holiday. Here be, without. 960. Other trippings to be trod, of lighter toes, and such court guise, as Mercury did first devise, on the lawns and on the leas. 965. This second song presents them to their father and mother. Noble lord and lady bright, I have brought ye new delight. Here behold so goodly grown 3 fair branches of your own. Heaven hath timely tried their youth. 970. Their faith, their patience, and their truth, and sent them here through hard assays, with a crown of deathless praise, to triumph in victorious dance o'er sensual folly and intemperance. 975. The dance is ended, the spirit epiloguizes. Spear. To the ocean now I fly, and those happy climes that lie where day never shuts his eye, up in the broad fields of the sky. There. 980. All amidst that sing about the golden tree, revels the enjocund spring. 985. Thither all their bounties bring, their eternal summer dwells, and west winds with musky wing fling. 990. Nard and cassia's balmy smells, there with humid bough, waters the odorous banks, that flowers of more mingled hue than her purfled scarf can shew. 995. And drenches with Elysian dew. List, mortals, if your ears be true, beds of hyacinth and roses, where young oft reposes, waxing well of his deep wound. 1000. In slumbers soft, and on the ground sadly sits But far above, in spangled sheen, celestial Cupid, her famed son, advanced. Sweet entranced 1005. After her wandering labors long, till free consent the gods among, make her his eternal bride. And from her fair unspotted side, two blissful twins are to be born, 1010. Youth and joy. So Jove hath sworn. But now my task is smoothly done. I can fly, or I can run quickly to the green earth's end. 1015. And from thence can soar as soon to the corners of the moon. Mortals, that would follow me, love virtue, she alone is free. She can teach ye how to climb 1020 higher than. Or, if virtue feeble were, heaven itself would stoop to her. LYCIDAS. In this monody the author bewails a learned friend, unfortunately drowned in his passage from Chester on the Irish seas, 1637. And, by occasion, foretells the ruin of our corrupted clergy, then in their height. O ye laurels, and once more, ye myrtles brown, with ivy never sere, I come to pluck your berries harsh and crude, and with forced fingers rude, shatter your leaves before the mellowing year. 5. And sad occasion dear, compels me to disturb your season due. For is dead, dead ere his prime, young Lycidas, and hath not left his peer, who would not sing for Lycidas. 10. He must not float upon his watery bier, unwept, without the meed of some melodious tear. Begin, then, 15. That from beneath the seat of Jove doth spring. Begin, and somewhat loudly sweep the string. Hence with denial vain and coy excuse, with lucky words favor my destined urn, 20. And as he passes turn, and bid fair peace be to my sable shroud, fed the same flock, by fountain, shade, and rill, together both, ere the high lawns appeared 25. Under the opening eyelids of the morn, we drove afield, and both together heard what time the greyfly winds her sultry horn, battening our flocks with the fresh dews of night. Oft till the star that rose at evening bright 30, toward heaven's descent had sloped his westering wheel, tempered to the oden flute. From the glad sound would not be absent long, 35. And old Damoetas loved to hear our song. Now thou art gone and never must return. Thee, shepherd, thee the woods and desert caves, with wild thyme and the gaddying vine o'ergrown, 40. And all their echoes, mourn. The willows, and the hazel copses green, shall now no more be seen, fanning their joyous leaves to thy soft lays. As killing as the canker to the rose, 45. Or taintworm to the weanling herds that graze, or frost to flowers, that their gay wardrobe wear, when first the white thorn blows. Such Lycidas, thy lost to shepherd's ear. Where were ye, when the remorseless deep 50 closed o'er the head of your loved Lycidas? For neither were ye playing, nor yet 55. Had ye been there, for what could that have done? What could the Muse herself that Orpheus bore? The Muse herself, for her enchanting son, whom universal nature did lament, 60. When, by the rout that made the hideous roar, his gory visage down the stream was sent, down the swift Hebrus to the Lesbian shore. Alas! With the thankless Muse, as others use, to sport within the shade, or with the tangles of hair, that last infirmity of noble mind, to scorn delights and live laborious days. But the fair guerdon when we hope to find, and think to burst out into sudden blaze, comes the 75, and slits the thin-spun life. Fame is no plant that grows on mortal soil, nor to the world, nor in broad rumor lies, 80. But lives and spreads aloft by those pure eyes, and perfect witness of all judging Jove. As he pronounces lastly on each deed, of so much fame in heaven expect thy meed. Crowned with vocal reeds. That strain I heard was of a higher mood. But, and listens to. He asked the waves, and asked the felon winds. What hard mishap hath doomed this gentle swain? And questioned every gust of rugged wings that blows from off each beaked promontory. 95. And their answer brings that not a blast was from his dungeon strayed. The air was calm, and on the level brine, sleek with all her sisters played. It was that fatal and perfidious bark, 100. Built in the eclipse, and rigged with curses dark, that sunk so low that sacred head of thine. Next, reverend sire, went footing slow, inwrought with, and on the edge 105. Ah! Who hath reft, quoth he, my dearest? Last came, and last did go. Of the Galilean lake. The golden opes, the iron shuts amain. And stern bespake. Young swain. Of such as, for their belly's sake, creep, and intrude, and 115. Of other care they little reckoning make. Then how to scramble at the shearer's feast, and shove away the worthy bidden guest, that scarce themselves know how to hold a sheep-hook, or have learnt aught else the least 120. That to the faithful herdman's art belongs. What need they? They are sped. And, when they list, grate on their scrannel pipes of wretched straw. Look up, and are not fed, 125. But swoln with wind and the rank mist they draw. Rot inwardly, and foul contagion spread. Besides what? Daily devours apace, and nothing said. But 130. The dread voice is past, that shrunk thy streams. Return, Sicilian muse, and bid them hither cast their bells and flowerets of 1,000 hues. 135. Ye valleys low, of shades, and wanton winds, and gushing brooks, on whose fresh lap sparely looks, throw hither all your quaint, that on the green turf suck the honeyed showers. 140. And purple all the ground with vernal flowers. Bring the primrose that forsaken dies, the tufted croto, and pale jessamine, the white pink, and the pansy freaked with jet, the glowing violet. 145. The musk rose, and the well-attired woodbine, with cowslips one that hang the pensive head, and every flower that sad embroidery wears, bid all his beauty shed, and fill their cups with tears. 150. To strew the laureate hearse where Lycid lies. For so, to interpose a little ease, let our frail thoughts, me, whilst thee the shores and sounding seas, wash far away, where'er thy bones are hurled. 155. Whether beyond, where thou perhaps under the whelming tide, visit'st the bottom of the monstrous world, or whether thou, to our moist vows denied. 160. Where looks toward Nemanco's and Bayona's hold. Look homeward, angel, now, and melt with ruth. And, O ye dolphins, waft the hapless youth. Weep no more, woeful shepherds, weep no more. 165. For Lycidas, your sorrow, is not dead. Sunk though he be beneath the watery floor, so sinks the day-star in the ocean bed, and yet anon repairs his drooping head, and tricks his beams. And 170. Flames in the forehead of the morning sky, so Lycidas sunk low, but mounted high, through the dear might of, where other groves and other streams along. 175. And hears, in the blessed kingdoms meek of joy and love, there entertain him all the saints above, in solemn troops, and sweet societies, that sing, and singing in their glory move, 180. Now, Lycidas, the shepherds weep no more. In thy large recompense, and shalt be good to all that wander in that perilous flood. 185. Thus sang the swain to the oaks and rills, while he touched the tender stops of, with eager thought warbling his lay. And now the sun, 190. And now was dropped into the western bay. At last he rose, and twitched his mantle blue. Tomorrow to fresh woods, and pastures new. Sonnets. I. To the nightingale. O nightingale that on yon bloomy spray warblest at eve, when all the woods are still, thou with fresh hope the lover's heart dost fill, while lead on propitious May portend success in love. Oh, if Jove's will have linked that amorous power to thy soft lay, now timely sing, ere foretell my hopeless doom, in some grove nigh, 10. As thou from year to year hast sung too late for my relief, yet hadst no reason why. Whether the muse or love called thee his mate, both them I serve, and of their train am I. 2. On his having arrived at the age of 23. How soon hath time, the subtle thief of youth, stolen on his wing my 23 year. My hasting days fly on with full career, but my late spring no bud or blossom shew. Perhaps my semblance might deceive the truth. 5. That I to manhood am arrived so near, and inward ripeness doth much less appear, that some more spirits in do. Yet, be it less or more, or soon or slow, it shall be still in strictest measure 10. To that same lot, however mean or high, toward which time leads me, and the will of heaven. All is, if I have grace to use it so, as ever in my great taskmaster's eye. 8. When the assault was intended to the city, captain or knight in arms, whose chance on these defenseless doors may seize, if deed of honor did thee ever please, guard them, and him within protect from harms. He can requite thee, for he knows the charms. 5. That call fame on such gentle acts as these, and he can spread thy name o'er lands and seas. Whatever climb the sun's bright circle warms, lift not thy spear against the muse's bower. Bid spare 10. And had the power to save the Athenian walls from ruin bare. 9. To a virtuous young lady, that in the prime of earliest youth, and the green, and with those few art eminently seen, that labor up the hill of heavenly truth, chosen thou hast, and they that overween, and at thy growing virtues fret their spleen, no anger find in thee, but pity, and thy care is fixed, and 10. And hope that reaps not shame. Therefore be sure, thou, when the bridegroom with his feastful friends passes to bliss at the mid-hour of night, hast gained thy entrance, virgin wise, and pure. X. To the Lady Margaret lay, daughter to that good Earl, once President of England's Council and her Treasury, who lived in both unstained with gold or fee, and left them both, more in himself content, till the sad breaking of that Parliament 5 broke him, as fatal to liberty, killed with report. Though known the days wherein your father flourished, yet by you, 10. Madam, methinks I see him living yet. So well your words his noble virtues praise, that all both judge you to relate them true, and to possess them, honored Margaret. 13. To Mr. H. Laws on his heirs, Harry, whose tuneful and well-measured song first taught our English music how to span words with just note and accent. Thy from the throng, 5. With praise enough for envy to look wan, To after age thou shalt be writ the man that with smooth air thou honour'st verse, and verse must send her wing to honour thee, the priest of P.10. That tunest their happiest lines in hymn or story, whom he wooed to sing, met in the milder shades of purgatory. 15. On the Lord General Fairfax, at the siege of Colchester. Fairfax, whose name in arms through Europe rings, filling each mouth with envy or with praise, and all her jealous monarchs with amaze, and rumours loud that daunt remotest kings. Thy firm unshaken virtue ever brings 5. Victory home, though new rebellions raise their hydra heads, and 2. Oh, yet a nobler task awaits thy hand. For what can war but endless war still breed? 10. Till truth and right from violence be freed, and public faith cleared from the shameful brand of public fraud, in vain doth bleed, while share the land. 16. To the Lord General Cromwell, May, 1652. On the proposals of certain ministers at the Committee for Propagation of the Gospel. Cromwell, our chief of men, who through a cloud, not of war only, but detractions rude, guided by faith and matchless fortitude, to peace and truth thy glorious way hast ploughed, and on the neck of crowned fortune proud 5. Hast reared God's trophies, and his work pursued, while, with blood of Scots imbrued, and field, resounds thy praises loud, and Worcester's laureate wreath, yet much remains to conquer still. Peace hath her victories 10. No less renowned than war, new foes arise, threatening. Help us to save free conscience from the paw of whose gospel is their maw. 17. To Sir Henry Vane the younger, but in sage counsel old, than whom a better senator ne'er held the helm of Rome, when, repelled, whether to settle peace, or to unfold 5. The drift of hollow states, then to advise how war may best, upheld, move by her 2 main nerves, iron and gold, in all her equipage, besides, to know both spiritual power and civil, what each means. 10. What severs each, thou hast learned, which few have done. The bounds of either sword to thee we owe. Therefore on thy firm hand religion leans in peace, and reckons thee her eldest son. 18. On the late massacre in Piedmont. Avenge, O Lord, thy slaughtered saints, whose bones lie scattered on the Alpine mountains cold. Even them who kept thy truth so pure of old. Forget not, in thy book record 5. And in their ancient fold, slain by the bloody Piedmontese, that rolled mother with infant down the rocks. Their moans the Valais redoubled to the hills, and they to heaven their martyred blood and ashes sow 10. O'er all the Italian fields, where still doth sway, that from these may grow 100-fold, who, having learnt thy way, early may fly. 19. On his blindness. When I consider how my light is spent in this dark world and wide, lodged with me useless, though my soul more bent to serve there with my Maker, and present 5. My true account, lest he returning chide. Doth God exact day labor, light denied? But patience, to prevent that murmur, soon replies, God doth not need either man's work or his own gifts. Who best 10. Bear his mild yoke, they serve him best. His state is kingly. Thousands at his bidding speed, and post o'er land and ocean without rest. They also serve who only stand and wait. XX. To Mr. Lawrence. Lawrence, a virtuous father, virtuous son. Now that the fields are dank, and ways are mire, where shall we sometimes meet, and by the fire Help waste a sullen day, what may be won from the hard season gaining? Time will run 5 on smoother, till rain spire the frozen earth, and clothe in fresh attire the lily and rose, that neither sowed nor spun. What neat repast shall feast us, light and choice of taste, with wine, whence we may rise 10 to hear the lute well touched, or artful voice warble immortal notes and Tuscan air? He who of those delights can judge is not unwise. 21. To Cyriac Skinner. On the royal bench of British, with no mean applause, pronounced, and in his volumes taught, our laws, which others at their bars so often wrench. Today deep thoughts resolve with me to drench 5 in mirth that after no repenting draws. To measure life learn thou betimes, and know toward solid good what leads the nearest way. 10. For other things mild heaven a time ordains, and disapproves that care, though wise in show, that with superfluous burden loads the day, and, when God sends a cheerful hour, refrains. 22. To the same Cyriac, these eyes, though clear to outward view, of blemish or of spot, bereft of light, their seeing have forgot, nor to their idle orbs doth sight appear of sun, or moon, or star, throughout the year. 5. Or man, or woman. Yet I argue not against heaven's hand or will, nor bate a jot of heart or hope, but still bear up and steer right onward. What supports me, dost thou ask? In liberty's defense, my noble task, of which all Europe rings from side to side. This thought might lead me through the world's vain mask. Content, though blind, had I no better guide. 23. On his deceased wife. Methought I saw my late espoused saint, brought to me from the grave, whom Jove's great son to her glad husband gave, rescued from death by force, though pale and faint. Mine, as whom washed from spot of childbed taint 5 did save. And such as yet once more I trust to have full sight of her in heaven without restraint. Came vested all in white, pure as her mind. Her face was veiled, yet to my fancied sight 10 love, sweetness, goodness, in her person shined, so clear as in no face with more delight. But, oh, as to embrace me she inclined. I waked, she fled, and day brought back my night. Notes. On the morning of Christ's Nativity. From his 16th year Milton had been wont to write freely in Latin verse, on miscellaneous poetic themes, sometimes expressing his thoughts on events of the day, and sometimes addressing letters to his friends on purely personal matters. From these Latin poems, which therefore in some sense belong to English literature, we obtain valuable insight into his course of life and his way of thinking. What Milton wrote in foreign languages is indispensable for the information it gives us about himself, its content is important. But as poetry implies a fusing of content and form into an artistic unity, if one of these elements is foreign, the result is nondescript and cannot be ranged under the head of English literature in the strict sense of the term. It is in one of Milton's own Latin pieces that we find our best commentary on the hymn on the Nativity. The sixth Latin elegy is an epistle to his intimate college friend, Charles Diodati, making a stay in the country, the last 12 lines of which may be freely translated as follows. But if you shall wish to know what I am doing, if indeed you think it worth your while to know whether I am doing anything at all, we are singing the peace-bringing King born of heavenly seed, and the happy ages promised in the sacred books. And the crying of the infant God lying in a manger under a poor roof, who dwells with his Father in the realms above. And the starry sky, and the squadrons singing on high, and the gods suddenly driven away to their own fanes. Those gifts we have indeed given to the birthday of Christ, that first light brought them to me at dawn. Thee also they await sung to our native pipes, thou shalt be to me in lieu of a judge for me to read them to. This means, of course, that the poet is composing a Christmas hymn in his native language. We must note his age at this time, 21 years, he is a student at Cambridge. The poem remains the great Christmas hymn in our literature. The Ode on the Nativity, says Professor Saintsbury, is a test of the reader's power to appreciate poetry. In 4 stanzas the poet speaks in his own person, he too must, with the wise men from the East, bring such gifts as he has, to offer to the infant God. His offering is the humble ode which follows. We must take note of the change in the metric form which marks the transition from the introduction to the ode. In the stanzas of the former the lines all have 5 accents, except the last, which has 6. While in the latter, 4 lines have 3 accents each, 1 has 4, 2 have 5, and 1 has 6. Notice also the occasional hypermetric lines, such as line 47. In connection with Milton's hymn, read Alfred Domit's It Was the Calm and Silent Night. See par. Lost 12 324. Compare par. Lost 3 221, and see the idea of releasing a forfeit otherwise expressed in the Merchant of Venice 4 124. This is the past tense of the verb wont, meaning to be accustomed. See the present, par. Lost I 764, and the participle, I 332. See vain in the same sense, par. Lost 6 628. Compare, and read the story of Phaethon in Ovid's Metamorphoses 2 106. See prevent in this sense, in Shakespeare's Julius Caesar v. 1 105, and in Psalm XXIII. See Acts 2 3. On the meaning of secret, compare par. Lost X 32. Is the participle, exactly equivalent to polluted? For poetical purposes Milton everywhere adopts the popular astronomy of his day, which was based on the ancient, i.e. the Ptolemaic, or geocentric system of the universe. Copernicus had already taught the modern, heliocentric theory of the solar system, and his innovations were not unknown to Milton, who, however, consistently adheres to the old conceptions. In Milton, therefore, we find the earth the center of the visible universe, while the sun, the planets, and the fixed stars revolve about it in their several spheres. These spheres are 9 in number, arranged concentrically, like the coats of an onion, about the earth, and, if of solid matter, are to be conceived as being of perfectly transparent crystal. Beginning with the innermost, they present themselves in the following order: the moon, Mercury, Venus, the sun, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, the fixed stars, the primum mobile. In par. Lost 3 481, the 9th sphere appears as that crystalline sphere whose balance weighs the trepidation talked, and the primum mobile, or the first moved, becomes the 10th and outermost of the series. The last 2 spheres contain no stars. We see, then, what we must understand by the oft-recurring spheres in Milton's poetry. In the line, down through the turning sphere, however, the singular sphere is obviously used to mean the whole aggregate of spheres composing the starry universe. With the wing of a turtle dove. War chariots sometimes had scythes, or hooks, attached to their axles. See 2 Maccabees 13:2. Milton always uses this form in preference to sovereign. Note the corresponding epithet applied to Satan, par. Lost X 383. The word whist, originally an interjection, becomes an adjective, as here and in the Tempest I 2 378. Make 3 syllables of ocean, and make it rhyme with began. The birds referred to are doubtless halcyons. Dar. Murray defines halcyon thus: a bird of which the ancients fabled that it bred about the time of the winter solstice in a nest floating on the sea, and that it charmed the wind and waves so that the sea was specially calm during the period. Usually identified with a species of kingfisher, hence a poetic name of this bird. The word influence is originally a term of astrology, a flowing in, or influent course, of the planets. Their virtue infused into, or their course working on, inferior creatures, Skeat, Edam, Dictionary. As in Burns's, we dare be poor for a that, for meaning in spite of. See par. Lost 7 131 to 133. For as if. The two words or ere mean simply before, as in Hamlet II 147, a little month, or ere those shoes were old. The point of dawn imitates the French le point du jour. Then is an ancient form of then, not wholly obsolete in Milton's day. The poet takes the point of view of the shepherds and uses the name of their special deity. Milton uses the three participle forms, strook, struck, and strucken. The verb take has here the same meaning as in Hamlet I 163, no fairy takes nor witch hath power to charm. Thus also we say, a vaccination takes. See, and Romeo and Juliet III 520. Make the line rhyme properly, giving to union 3 syllables. See Genesis 3:24. See Isaiah 6:2-6. Meaning beyond the power of human expression. So in, par. Lost v 595, and in As You Like It, the fair, the chaste, and inexpressive she. See Job XXXVI 7. Compare. C. The elder poetry is full of the notion that the spheres in their revolutions made music, which human ears are too gross to hear. See Merchant of Venice v 150-65. The leopard that confronts Dante in Canto I of Hell is beautiful with its dappled skin, but symbolizes vainglory. The adjective like means nothing without a complement, though the complement sometimes has to be supplied, as in this instance. Fully expressed the passage would be, wearing glories like those of truth and justice. The like in such a case as this must be spoken with a fuller tone than when its construction is completely expressed. The poets, in order to gain a syllable, long continued to use the ancient participle prefix y. See Yclept. See Exodus 19. See Revelation 12:9. Stanzas 19-26 announce the deposition and expulsion of the pagan deities, and the ruin of the ancient religions. In accordance with his custom of grouping selected proper names in abundance, thus giving vividness and concreteness to his story and sonority to his verse. The poet here illustrates the triumph of the new dispensation by citing the names of various gods from the Roman, Greek, Syrian, and Egyptian mythologies. The great god, whose oracle was at Delphi or Delphos. As in, and often. A Latin word, signifying a tutelary or guardian spirit supposed to preside over a person or place. See, and. In the Roman mythology these were the spirits of dead ancestors, worshipped or propitiated in families as having power for good or evil over the fortunes of their descendants. The Roman flamens were the priests of particular gods. Many instances of this phenomenon are reported. Thus Cicero, in his De Divination, tells us, it was reported to the Senate that it had rained blood, that the river Atratus had even flowed with blood, and that the statues of the gods had sweat. Syrian false gods. See Numbers XXV 3. See 1 Samuel v 2. See 1 Kings 11:33. Hammon had a famous temple in Africa, where he was adored under the symbolic figure of a ram. See Ezekiel 8:14. See Par. Lost I 392-396. Compare. Egyptian deities, the latter figured as having the head of a dog. Osiris was the principal god of the Egyptians, brother and husband of Isis. His highest function was as god of the Nile. He met his death at the hands of his brother Typhon, a deity of sterility, by whom he was torn into 14 pieces. Thereupon a general lament was raised throughout Egypt. The bull Apis was regarded as the visible incarnation of Osiris. Murray's Manual of Mythology. Remember, this was in Egypt. This ancient plural of I occurs several times in Shakespeare, as in As You Like It 4:350. Compare. Fix has its proper meaning, stopped. The star came and stood over where the young child was. On Shakespeare. The first edition of the collected works of Shakespeare, known as the First Folio, was published in 1623, when Milton was 15 years old. The second Shakespeare Folio appeared in 1632. Among the commendatory verses by various hands prefixed, after the fashion of the time, to the latter volume, was a little piece of 8 couplets, in which some then unknown rhymer expressed his admiration of the great poet. Collecting his poems for publication in 1645, Milton included these couplets, gave them the date 1630, and the title on Shakespeare which they have since borne in his works. The fact that he wrote the verses 2 years before their publication in the Shakespeare Folio shows that he did not produce them to order, for the special occasion. It is interesting to note that Milton at 22 was an appreciative reader of Shakespeare. The lines themselves give no hint of great poetic genius, they are a fair specimen of the conventional, labored eulogy in vogue at the time. To make the decasyllabic verse, the poet takes the liberty of prefixing to the present participle the y which properly belongs only to the past. Instead of live long, the first issue of the lines, in the Shakespeare Folio of 1632, has lasting. The change is Milton's, appearing in his revision of his poems in 1645. Does it seem to be an improvement? The conjunction that simply repeats the whilst. In Hamlet IV 19 unvalued persons are persons of no value, or of no rank. In Macbeth 3 194 the valued file is the file that determines values or ranks. In Milton's phrase the unvalued book means the book whose merit is so great as to be beyond all valuation, a new rank must be created for it. Lines so crowded with meaning as to seem the utterances of an oracle. Transporting us into an ecstasy, or making us rapt with thought. The concentrated attention required to penetrate Shakespeare's meaning makes statues of us. Make the word sepulchred fit metrically into the iambic verse. L'Allegro and Il Penseroso. The year in which the poems were composed is uncertain. Masson regards 1632 as the probable date. The exquisite poems to which Milton gave the Italian titles L'Allegro, the mirthful, or jovial, man, and Il Penseroso, the melancholy, or saturnine, man, should be regarded each as the pendant and complement of the other, and should be read as a single whole. The poet knew both moods, and takes both standpoints with equal grace and heartiness. The essential idea of thus contrasting the mirthful and the melancholy temperament he found ready to his hand. Robert Burton had prefaced his Anatomy of Melancholy, published in 1621, with a series of not unpleasing, though by no means graceful, Amoebian stanzas, in which 2 speakers alternately represent melancholy, one as sweet and divine, and the other as harsh, sour, and damned. Undoubtedly Milton knew his Burton. But if he got his main idea from this source, he made his poems thoroughly Miltonic by his art of visualizing in delicious pictures the various phases of his abstract theme. The poems are wholly poetical, equally free from obscurity of thought and from obscurity of expression. Each poem is prefaced with a vigorous exorcism of the spirit to which it is hostile. This is couched in alternate 3 and 5 accent iambics, preparing a delicious rhythmic effect when the meter changes, in the invocation, to the octosyllable, with or without anacrusis. In L'Allegro we accompany the mirthful man through an entire day of his pleasures, from early morning to late evening. The melancholy man moves through a program less definitely and regularly planned. The scenes of his delights are mostly in the hours of the night, when the sun is up, he hides himself from day's garish eye. L'Allegro. Milton follows the example of the ancient poets in announcing the parentage of the principal beings whom he brings upon his stage. Moreover, he uses the ancient freedom in assigning mythical pedigrees, not only adopting no authority as a canon, but allowing his own fancy to invent origins as suits his purpose. He knew the Greek and Latin poets, and assumed for himself the privilege which they exercised of shaping the myths as they pleased. We are not therefore to seek in Milton a reproduction of any system of mythology. Cerberus was the terrible 3-headed dog of Pluto. His station was at the entrance to the lower world, or the Stygian cave. The Stygian cave is so called from the Styx, the infernal river, the flood of deadly hate. Uncouth may be used here in its original sense of unknown, as in Par. Lost 8:230. The Cimmerians were a people fabled by the ancients to live in perpetual darkness. Is the participle of the obsolete verb kleep, with the ancient prefix y, as in a chained. Hesiod names, as the three Graces, Euphrosyne, Aglaia, and Talia, but he makes them the daughters of Zeus and Eurynomé. See frolic again as an adjective. See Shakespeare's Pericles, I Gower 23. All these words are interesting to look up for etymologies and changes of meaning. We readily accept and understand the personification of, and liberty, but the plurals, we do not manage quite so easily, especially in view of the couplet 29 to 30. May be said to be wreathed because they enwreath the face. See par. Lost 361. So in Shakespeare, I'll queen it no inch further, rather than fool it so, I'll go brave it at the court, lording it in London streets. With this line begins a series of illustrations of the unreproved pleasures which l'Allegro is going to enjoy during a day of leisure. At first the specified pleasures or occupations are introduced by infinitives, to hear, to come. But the construction soon changes, as we shall see. The first pleasure is to hear the lark, etc. 41 to 44. L'Allegro begins his day with early morning. Here we must imagine him as having risen and gone forth where he can see the sky and can look about him to see what is going on in the farmyard. And at my window bid good morrow. It must be l'Allegro himself who comes to the window, and as he is outside, he comes to look in through the shrubbery and bid good morning to the cottage inmates, who are now up and about their work. The pertinency of the phrase, in spite of sorrow, is not intelligible. This pleasure, and the next, sometime walking, are introduced with present participles. There is no interruption of grammatical consistency. See the counterpart of this line. Todd quotes the note of Bishop Hurd, happy men love witnesses of their joy, the splenetic love solitude. I.e. toward. Dite is the participle of the verb to dite, meaning to adorn. It is still used as an archaism. This undoubtedly means counts the number of his flock. In Shakespeare we find, to tell money, years, steps, 100. So tale often means an enumeration, a number. L'Allegro finds the shepherds in the morning counting their sheep, not telling stories. With this line ends the long, loose sentence that began with line 37. We now come to a full stop, and with line 69 begin a new sentence. A word of late origin in English, of unsettled spelling in Milton's day. In Milton, lawn means field or pasture. See. In this line the subject, mine eye, is resumed. In the constellation Cynosure, usually called the Lesser Bear, is the pole star, to which very many eyes are directed. A new pleasure is introduced, with a new grammatical subject. The proper names in lines 83 to 88 add to the poem a pleasing touch of pastoral simplicity and cheerfulness. They are taken from the common stock of names, which, originally devised by the Greek Idyllists for their shepherds and shepherdesses, have by the pastoral poets of all subsequent ages been appropriated to their special use. Corydon and Thyrsis stand for farm laborers, Phyllis and Thestylus for their wives or housekeepers. The day of l'Allegro has now advanced to dinner time. Phyllis has been preparing the frugal meal, as we could surmise from the smoking chimney. As soon as the dinner is over the women go out to work with the men in the harvest field. Means simply dwelling. In the tanned haycock we see the hay dried and browned by the sun. The scene changes and brings yet another pleasure. Secure delight is delight without care, sine cura. See Samson Agonists 55. They danced under trees through whose foliage the sunlight filtered. Evening comes on, and a new pleasure succeeds. Storytelling is now in order. Sufficient information about Fairy Mab can be got from Romeo and Juliet IV 53 to 95. I.e. one of the maids, and he, one of the youths. The friar's lantern is the ignis fatuus, or will-o'-the-wisp, fabled to lead men into dangerous marshes. A connective is lacking to make the syntax sound, the subject of tells must be he. The drudging goblin. This is Robin Goodfellow, known to readers of fairy tales. Ben Jonson makes him a character in his court masque, Love Restored, where he is made to recount many of his pranks, and says, among other things, I am the honest plain country spirit, and harmless, Robin Goodfellow. He that sweeps the hearth and the house clean, riddles for the country maids, and does all their other drudgery. Dr. Murray gives this among other quotations as an instance of the verb end meaning to put into the barn, to get in. So in Coriolanus v. 687. This goblin is loutish in shape and fiendish looking, though so good to those who treat him well. An absolute construction, imitating the Latin ablative absolute. The country folk having gone early to bed, tired with their day's labor, l'allegro hastes to the city, where the pleasures of life are prolonged further into the night. This must mean such things as masques and revelries among the upper classes. C. What is the antecedent of whom? What ceremony is here introduced? Do not misunderstand the word masque. Its meaning becomes plain from the context. To what pleasure does l'allegro now betake himself? Among the dramatists of the Jacobean time Ben Jonson had especially the repute of scholarship. The sock symbolizes comedy, as the buskin does tragedy. Compare. Warble his native wood notes wild. The couplet seems intended to convey the idea of a counterpart or contrast to the learned sock of Jonson. So considered, it is by no means an unhappy characterization. The last of the unreproved pleasures that l'allegro wishes he may enjoy, seems not so much planned to follow the rest in sequence of time as to accompany them and be diffused through them all. Observe the ever in this line. The eating cares are a reminiscence of Horace's Curas Edices, Ode 2:11-18. The three chief modes, or moods, of Greek music were the Lydian, which was soft and pathetic, the Dorian, especially adapted to war, see Par. Lost 550. And the Phrygian, which was bold and vehement. The soul, in its eagerness, goes forth to meet and welcome the music. The word bout seems to point at a piece of music somewhat in the nature of a round, or catch. Even Orpheus, who in his life drew trees, stones, and floods, by the power of his music, and who now reposes in Elysium, would lift his head to listen to the strains that l'allegro would fain hear. Orpheus, with his music, had succeeded in obtaining from Pluto only a conditional release of his wife Eurydice. He was not to look back upon her till he was quite clear of Pluto's domains. He failed to make good the condition, and so again lost his Eurydice. Il penseroso. The verb bested means to avail, to be of service. It is not the same word that we find in Isaiah 8:21, hardly bested and hungry. Here has its primitive meaning, foolish. Understand possess in the sense in which it is used in the Bible, possessed with devils. Make 2 syllables of Morpheus. Note that while he invoked mirth in l'allegro under her Greek name Euphrosyne, the poet finds no corresponding Greek designation for melancholy. To us melancholy seems a name unhappily chosen. But see how Milton applies it in, and in. To him the word evidently connotes pensive meditation rather than gloomy depression. To be gazed at by human eyes. Was a fabled Ethiopian prince, black, and celebrated for his beauty. Recall Virgil's Nigri Memnones Arma. Cassiopeia, wife of the Ethiopian king Cepheus, boasted that she was more beautiful than the Nereids, for which act of presumption she was translated to the skies, where she became the beautiful constellation which we know by her name. Vesta, in Greek, Hestia, was the goddess of the home, the guardian of family life. Her spotless purity fitted her peculiarly to be the guardian of virgin modesty. I.e. before Saturn was dethroned by Jupiter. In Par. Lost v. 285, the third pair of Raphael's wings have the color of sky-tinctured grain, and 11:242, his vest is of purple livelier than the grain of Sarah, or Tyrian purple. This would leave us to infer that the robe of melancholy is of a deep rich color, so dark as to be almost black. Dr. Murray quotes from Southey's Thalaba, the ebony, with darkness feeds its boughs of raven grain. What objection is there to making the grain in Milton's passage black? Dr. Murray thus defines cypress lawn, a light transparent material resembling cobweb lawn or crepe, like the latter it was, when black, much used for habiliments of mourning. Compare with this passage, l'allegro 33. In Cymbeline I 651 we find the present tense of the verb of which rapt is the participle. What, dear sir, thus raps you? Do not confound this word with rap, meaning to strike. With this compare. So in Love's Labours Lost 4-3-321, in leaden contemplation, Othello 3-4-177, I have this while with leaden thoughts been pressed. So also Gray in the Hymn to Adversity, with leaden eye that loves the ground. Compare the company which Il Penseroso entreats melancholy to bring along with her with that which l'Allegro wishes to see attending mirth. Only the rigid ascetic has a spiritual ear so finely trained that he hears the celestial music. As their rhymes show, is always pronounced by the poets with the vowel sound in day. See Daniel 7:9. Pronounce contemplation with 5 syllables. It is difficult to form a distinct conception of the nature and office of the cherub of the Scriptures. Milton in many passages of Par. Lost follows, with regard to the heavenly beings, the account given by Dionysius the Areopagite in his celestial hierarchy. According to Dionysius there were 9 orders or ranks of beings in heaven, namely, seraphim, cherubim, thrones, dominions, virtues, powers, principalities, archangels, angels. The cherubim have the special attribute of knowledge and contemplation of divine things. Primarily an interjection commanding silence, becomes here a verb. With the introduction of the nightingale comes the first intimation of the time of day at which Il Penseroso conceives the course of his satisfactions to begin. Everywhere else in Milton plight is used with its modern connotations. The moon stops to hear the nightingale's song. Remember l'Allegro s. Up to this point Il Penseroso has been walking in the open air. Remote, retired. As the bear never sets, to outwatch him must mean to sit up all night. Hermes Trismegistos, Hermes thrice greatest, is the name given by the Neoplatonists and the devotees of mysticism and alchemy to the Egyptian god Thoth, regarded as more or less identified with the Grecian Hermes. And as the author of all mysterious doctrines, and especially of the secrets of alchemy. The New Eng Dicti. To such studies the serious medieval scholars devoted themselves. To unsphere the spirit of Plato is to call him from the sphere in which he abides in the other world, or, simply, to take in hand for study his writings on immortality. On the 4 classes of demons, salamanders, sylphs, nymphs, gnomes, see Pope's Rape of the Lock. These demons are in complicity with the planets and other heavenly bodies to influence mortals. And the tale of Troy are the staple subjects of the great Attic tragedians. It seems strange that the poet finds no occasion to name Shakespeare here, as well as in l'Allegro. Are semi-mythical bards, to whom is ascribed a greatness proportioned to their obscurity. C. This refers to Chaucer and to his squire's tale in the Canterbury Tales. It is left unfinished. Note that Milton changes not only the spelling but the accent of the chief character's name. Chaucer writes, "This noble king was cleaped Cambinscan." Stories in which more is meant than meets the ear refer to allegories, like the Fairy Queen. Having thus filled the night with the occupations that he loves, Illinois Penseroso now greets the morning, which he hopes to find stormy with wind and rain. I.e. morn in the everyday habiliments of business. Eos, Aurora, the dawn, carried off several youths distinguished for their beauty. The Attic boy is probably Cephalus, whom she stole from his wife Procris. Kerchief is here used in its original and proper sense. Look up its origin. The winds may be called rocking because they visibly rock the trees, or because they shake houses. The shower falls gently, without wind. After the rain has ceased, and while the thatch is draining, the drops fall at regular intervals for a time, as it were, a drop every minute. Il Penseroso listens with contentment to the wind, the rustling rainfall on the leaves, and the monotonous patter of the drops when the rain is over. The shower is past, and the sun appears, but Il Penseroso finds its beams flaring and distasteful. He seeks covert in the dense groves. Is the god of the woods. The monumental oak is so called from its great age and size. Consciously nursing his melancholy, Illinois Penseroso deems the wood that hides him a sacred place, and resents intrusion as a profanation. See Richard III. For 489, Romeo and Juliet III 225. Is this good apiology? Note that sleep is represented as having feathers. These feathers, in their soft, gentle movement and in their refreshing effect are likened to dew. The figure is a common one with the poets. In Par. Lost 9-1044, Milton has, till dewy sleep oppressed them. Cooper, Iliad 2, 41, has, awaking from thy dewy slumbers. Refers to the dewy-feathered sleep. Il Penseroso asks that a strange, mysterious dream, hovering close by the wings of sleep, and lightly pictured in a succession of vivid forms, may be laid on his eyelids. The word studious in line 156 determines that the passage refers to college life and not to church attendance. The Old English colleges have their cloisters, and these have much the same architectural features as do churches. Means vaulted, or bent like a bow. Massive and proof against all failure to support their load. Compare. The best possible comment on this use of the verb spell is Milton's own language, Par. Regained 4-382, where Satan, addressing the Son of God, thus speaks. Now, contrary, if I read aught in heaven, or heaven write aught of fate, by what the stars, voluminous, or single characters, in their conjunction met, give me to spell. Sorrows and labors, opposition, hate. Attends thee. Scorns, reproaches, injuries. Violence and stripes, and, lastly, cruel death. Il Penseroso's aspiration is that as an astrologer he may learn the influence of every star and that he may come to know the virtue of every herb. Arcades. The noble persons of the family of the Countess Dowager of Derby were fortunate enough to obtain the services of the poet John Milton to aid in the composition of a masque, which they presented to her ladyship at her residence in the country. Arcades, the Arcadians, is Milton's contribution to this performance. In date the poem precedes COMUS, which is known to have been composed in 1634. On the meaning of the term masque, as applied to a dramatic form, c. Or Leto, was the mother of Apollo and Diana by Zeus. Is Virgil's Berecintia Mater, the Phrygian mother, who, wearing her mural crown, drives in her chariot through the cities of Phrygia. She was conceived as one of the very oldest deities, and as mother of 100 gods. See Aeneid 6-785. Arcadia, in the Peloponnesus, was peculiarly the home of music and song, especially among the shepherds. See Virgil, Eclogue 7-4-5. C. Bestow upon the grove dense, crisp foliage. The grove is intersected with a maze of circling and purposeless paths. Full of annoyance, injurious. See Par. Lost 11-478. Blasting vapors. C. Compare Julius Caesar I 350, the cross blue lightning. Cross means adverse, unfavorable. See, hymn on the Nativity 71. C. Compare. The sirens are here advanced to a high function and given a new epithet. Compare. C. C. The Fates. Compare Merchant of Venice v. 164. The string that is accompanied with the voice. C. A river of Arcadia, flowing into the Alpheus. Mountains of Arcadia. Erymanthus is a range of mountains separating Arcadia from Achaia and Elis. Another mountain of Arcadia. Syrinx was an Arcadian nymph, who, being pursued by Pan, threw herself into the Ladon, where she was metamorphosed into a reed, of which the shepherds thereafter made their pipes. At a solemn music. The poet listens to what in the phrase of his time is a solemn music, but which we should name a sacred concert. The poem is unalloyed lyric, expressing the rapture to which the music has lifted his soul. We must remember that Milton was himself an amateur musician, and in his days of darkness found habitual diversion at his organ. Indications of a susceptible and appreciative ear for musical harmony are frequent throughout the poems. See Ezekiel I-26. Is the word from which we derive our concert. COMUS. During the reigns of Elizabeth, James I, and Charles I, the masque was one of the most popular forms of dramatic entertainment. Having a function and a character peculiar to itself, it flourished side by side with the regular plays of the theatrical stage, and gave large scope to the genius of poets, composers, and scenic artists. The masque was usually designed to grace some important occasion, in which members of the upper classes of society, or even royal personages, were concerned. When the occasion called for particularly brilliant display, and had been long foreseen, the preparations for it would involve immense outlays for costumes, theatrical machinery, for new music, and for a libretto by a playwright of the greatest note. When the masque was purely a private one, like arcades and comus, it was all the fashion for the gentle youths and maidens, for gentlemen and ladies of the highest rank, to take upon themselves the parts of the drama, to rehearse them assiduously, and finally to enact them on the private stage or on the lawn in the presence of a select audience. The masque thus differentiated itself from the stage play in that it was not given for the pecuniary behoof of a company of actors, but represented rather expenditure for the simple purpose of producing grand effects. To act in a masque was an honor, when common players were social outcasts. The masque was got up for the occasion, and was not intended to keep the boards and attract a paying public. When the august ceremonial was over, the poet had his manuscript, to increase the bulk of his works, and the composer had his score, to furnish airs that might be played and sung in drawing-rooms if they had the good fortune to be popular. Such was the origin of the poem which Milton, in all the editions published during his lifetime, entitled simply, A Masque Presented at Ludlow Castle, 1634, but which editors since his day have agreed to name Comus. The occasion of the poem was the coming of the Earl of Bridgewater to Ludlow Castle, to enter upon his official residence there as Lord President of Wales. The person chiefly concerned in the scenic, musical, and histrionic preparations of the masque was Milton's esteemed friend, the most accomplished musical composer of the day, Henry Lawes. Lawes composed the music and arranged the stage business. He seems to have taken upon himself the part of the attendant spirit. Lawes knew to whom to apply for the all-important matter of the book, the words, or the poetry, of the piece, for he had learned to know Milton's qualifications as a masque poet in the fragment which we have under the name Arcades. With good music even for commonplace lyric verse, and with sprightly declamation even of conventional dialogue, the thing, as we know from modern instances, might have been carried off by gorgeous costumes and shrewdly devised scenic effects. Most of the masques of the time fell at once into oblivion. But Lawes had secured for his poet John Milton. And the consequence thereof is that the Earl of Bridgewater is now chiefly heard of because at Ludlow Castle there was enacted, in the form of a masque written by Milton, a drama which is still read and reread by every English-speaking person who reads any serious poetry, though Ludlow Castle has long been a venerable ruin. For his plot, the poet feigned that the young children of the Earl, 2 sons and a daughter, in coming to Ludlow, had to pass unattended through a forest, in which the boys became separated from the girl and she fell into the hands of the enchanter Comus. The attendant spirit appears to the youths with his magic herb, and with the further assistance of the water nymph Sabrina, at last makes all right, and the children are restored to their parents in the midst of festive rejoicing. The poem is dramatic, because it is acted and spoken or sung in character by its persons. It is allegorical, because it inculcates a moral, and more is meant than meets the ear. In parts it is pastoral, both because the chief personage appears in the guise of a shepherd, and because its motive largely depends on the superstitions and traditions of simple, ignorant folk. In the longer speeches, where events are narrated with some fullness, it becomes epic. Lastly, in its songs, in the octosyllables of the magician, and in the adjuration and the thanking of Sabrina, it is lyric. With iambic pentameter as the basis of the dialogue, the poet varies his measures as Shakespeare does his, and with very similar ends in view. The name Comus Milton found ready to his hand. As a common noun, the Greek word comus signifies carousal, wassail. In the later classic period it had become a proper name, standing for a personification of nocturnal revelry, and a god COMUS was frequently depicted on vases and in mural paintings. Philostratus, in his icons, or pictures, gives an interesting description of a painting of this god. See Encyclopaedia Britannica, article COMUS. Ben Jonson, in his Masque, Pleasure Reconciled to Virtue, played in 1619, presents a COMUS as the god of cheer, or the belly, riding in triumph, his head crowned with roses and other flowers, his hair curled. The character and the name were the common property of masque riders. The great distinction of COMUS is its beauty, maintained at height through 1,000 lines of supremely perfect verse. Greatly dramatic it of course is not. It yields its meaning to the most cursory reading, it has no mystery. It is simply beautiful, with a sustained beauty elsewhere unparalleled. The following letter of Sir Henry Wotton to the author deserves to be read both for its engaging style as a piece of English prose and for its exquisite characterization of COMUS. Wotton was a versatile scholar, diplomat, and courtier, 70 years old at the time of this letter, with a reputation as a kindly and appreciative literary critic. He was now residing at Eton College, where he held the office of provost. Milton, 30 years of age, the first edition of his COMUS recently published anonymously, had good cause for elation over such a testimonial from such a source. From the College, this 13th of April, 1638. Sir, it was a special favor when you lately bestowed upon me here the first taste of your acquaintance, though no longer than to make me know that I wanted more time to value it and to enjoy it rightly. And, in truth, if I could then have imagined your farther stay in these parts, which I understood afterwards by Mr. H. I would have been bold, in our vulgar phrase, to mend my draught, for you left me with an extreme thirst, and to have begged your conversation again, jointly with your said learned friend, over a poor meal or two, that we might have banded together some good authors of the ancient time, among which I observed you to have been familiar. Since your going, you have charged me with new obligations, both for a very kind letter from you dated the 6th of this month, and for a dainty piece of entertainment which came therewith. Wherein I should much commend the tragical part, if the lyrical did not ravish me with a certain Doric delicacy in your songs and odes, whereunto I must plainly confess to have seen yet nothing parallel in our language, ipsa malitais. But I must not omit to tell you that I now only owe you thanks for intimating unto me, how modestly soever, the true artificer. For the work itself I had viewed some good while before with singular delight. Having received it from our common friend Mr. R., in the very close of the late R. S. poems, printed at Oxford, whereunto it was added, as I now suppose, that the accessory might help out the principal, according to the art of stationers, and to leave the reader con la bocca dolce. Now, sir, concerning your travels, wherein I may challenge a little more privilege of discourse with you. I suppose you will not blanch Paris in your way, therefore I have been bold to trouble you with a few lines to Mr. M. B., whom you shall easily find attending the young Lord S. as his governor, and you may surely receive from him good directions for the shaping of your farther journey into Italy, where he did reside, by my choice, some time for the king, after mine own recess from Venice. I should think that your best line will be through the whole length of France to Marseilles, and thence by sea to Genoa, whence the passage into Tuscany is as diurnal as a Gravesend barge. I hasten, as you do, to Florence or Siena, the rather to tell you a short story, from the interest you have given me in your safety. At Siena I was tabled in the house of one Alberto Scipioni, an old Roman courtier in dangerous times. Having been steward to the Duca di Pagliano, who with all his family were strangled, save this only man that escaped by foresight of the tempest. With him I had often much chat of those affairs, into which he took pleasure to look back from his native harbor. And at my departure toward Rome, which had been the center of his experience, I had won his confidence enough to beg his advice how I might carry myself there without offense of others or of mine own conscience. Signor Arrigo mio, says he, I pensieri stretti ed il viso sciolto will go safely over the whole world. Of which Delphian oracle, for so I have found it, your judgment doth need no commentary. And therefore, sir, I will commit you, with it, to the best of all securities, God's dear love, remaining your friend, as much to command as any of longer date. Henry Wotton. Postscript. Sir, I have expressly sent this my footboy to prevent your departure without some acknowledgment from me of the receipt of your obliging letter, having myself through some business, I know not how, neglected the ordinary conveyance. In any part where I shall understand you fixed, I shall be glad and diligent to entertain you with home novelties, even for some fomentation of our friendship, too soon interrupted in the cradle. The Latin phrase, ipsa molitais, may be translated, it is the very perfection of delicacy. The Italian words below mean, my dear Henry, thoughts close, face open. The attendant spirit not only announces himself as a dweller in heaven, but he specifies his particular function among the celestials, he is doorkeeper in the house of God. Compare. Pester has its primitive meaning, to clog or encumber. In this pinfold here. Pinfold is probably not connected with the verb to pen, but is a shortened form of poundfold, and means, literally, an enclosure for stray cattle. After this life on earth, which is subject to death. Make but 2 syllables of enthroned, and accent the first. Is very loose in construction, the n in line 7 is a coordinate conjunction, but does not connect coordinate elements. Compare. Ambrosial has its proper meaning, pertaining to the immortals. Neptune drew lots with Jupiter and Pluto. To Jupiter fell the region of the upper air, to Pluto the lower world, and to Neptune the sea. The ancient poets sometimes spoke of Jupiter and Pluto as the upper and the lower Jove. In due order he assigns the islands to his tributaries, giving them an island apiece. Is so large that he has to divide it. Consider quarters to mean nothing more than divides. His blue-haired deities. The epithet is conventional, taken from the Greek poets, and probably has no special significance in this passage. This connects the poem with actual persons and announces its occasion. The noble peer is the Earl of Bridgewater, and the event which is to be celebrated is his appointment to the Viceroyalty of Wales. The old and haughty nation are the Welsh. Are 2 sons and a daughter, who are to play the parts of the 2 brothers and the lady in the mask. Compare par. Lost 4:176. C. Hall and bower are conventionally coupled by the poets to signify the dwellings, respectively, of the gentry and the laboring classes. The transformation by Bacchus of the treacherous Tuscan sailors into dolphins belongs to the established myths of that god. But Milton exercises his right as a poet to add to the classic story whatever suits his purposes. A Latinism, meaning, after the transformation of the Tuscan mariners. Chance to land. For the story of, see the Odyssey X. Understand that no such distinct character as Comus belongs to the received mythology. Milton is a myth-maker. Is used as an adjective, as in. The god traversed Gaul and Spain, on his way to Britain. Abounding in mysterious signs of danger. See of this poem. Note that only the countenance is changed. The poem moves throughout in the realm of romance. The swain Thyrsis is in his own character a practitioner of magic. Thyrsis has just been described as a person of great skill. Most likely to be. The transition from the stately mood of the attendant spirit's exordium to the noisy exhilaration of Comus is marked by appropriate changes in the verse. Comus speaks in a lyric strain, and his tone is exultant. When he comes to serious business, he also employs blank verse. The lyric lines, 93 to 144, rhyme in couplets, and vary in length, most of them having 4 accents, while some have 5. The 4 accent lines vary between 7 and 8 syllables, many of them dropping the initial light syllable, or anacrusis, off-tact. These 7-syllable lines have a trochaic effect, but are to be scanned as iambic, the standard rhythm of the poem. The star that bids the shepherd fold. So Collins, in his Ode to Evening, for when thy folding star arising shows his polycirclet. See also Measure for 218. Doth cool. The epithet steep is applied to the ocean, though really it is the course of the downward moving sun that is steep. Milton uses pole, as the poets were wont to do, to mean the sky. And the passage means, the sun, moving about the earth in his oblique course, now shines upon that part of the heavens which, when it is daylight to us, is in shadow. With twined, or wreathed, roses. For these abstract terms substitute their concretes. So Hamlet IV 100, all saws of books. CM, N. Dream 2 198, All's Well 2 225. Dapper is akin to the German Tapfer, but with a very different connotation. The Latin Amor, the Greek Eros, and our Cupid, was a Thracian goddess, whose worship was connected with licentious frivolity. Compare of this poem. Hecate was a goddess of the lower world, mistress of witchcraft and the black arts. Nice is used in a disparaging sense, meaning over-particular, minutely critical. As if Morn dwelt in a cabin and clandestinely peeped from a small window. Must here mean reveal. Recall. Comus and his crew are now dancing. Hiding places. See the verb. Trains are tricks, as in Macbeth 4 118. The air is spongy because it absorbs his magic dust. Usually applied to eyes, here refers to the effect of seeing objects with blear eyes. The hinds are farm servants, usually with an implication of rudeness and rusticity, and they are loose because unrestrained in speech and act by considerations of propriety. In wrong or unseemly ways. Is a very contemptuous word. See Macbeth I-7 64. The word has an interesting etymology. Milton is fond of applying the epithet grey to the evening and the dawn. See Par. Lost 4 598. The votarist is one who has made a vow. In this case he goes on a pilgrimage, carrying a palm branch, and wearing the pilgrim garb. As to the meaning of rife compare Sam. A.G. 866 and Par. Lost I 650. The darkness is unbroken by any ray of light. Astound is a strong word. See Par. Lost I 281. A champion who sides with the virtuous mind. Note Milton's avoidance of the possessive its. In all his verse he uses its but 3 times. The airy shell in which echo lives must be the hollow round of the atmosphere. Compare. The Meander is the river of Asia Minor, famous for its windings. The mention of the nightingale and Narcissus in this passage suggests that it may be a reminiscence of the chorus in the Oedipus Colonius, of this land of goodly steeds, O stranger. Echo's passion for the beautiful Narcissus was not requited, and she pined away till she became a mere voice, which she could not utter till she was spoken to. Daughter of the air, which forms a hollow sphere about the earth. By echoing back the music of the spheres. Even darkness smiled, as if acknowledging itself agreeably caressed by the strains of the lady's song. Fall, as a musical term, is a sinking down or lowering of the note or voice, cadence, New ENG Dictionary. Dwelt on an island near Sicily, and by their sweet song allured mariners to destruction. See Odyssey 12. Were nymphs attendant on Circe and the Sirens. Compare. Were dangerous rocks and whirlpools on opposite sides of the Strait of Messina. They were personified as cruel sea monsters. Circe and the Sirens. Supply thou art. A pressing necessity of devising some expedient. Were they in the prime of adult manhood, or in the bloom of youth? These 14 lines are an instance of stichomythia, or conversation in alternate lines, which was always popular on the Attic stage. This scheme of versification is used chiefly in excited discussions, where the speakers are hurried along by the eagerness of their feelings. Hey, the tragic drama of the Greeks. Would now be a rare sight. See Par. Lost 4 258. Creatures of the air, supernatural beings. Probably the poet means the plated, or pleated, clouds, conceiving the clouds as appearing folded together. I was awestruck. See. Shroud as a noun we saw above. The lark builds on the ground, seeking a spot protected by overarching stems of grass or grain, which may be called a natural thatch. And if this protection is destroyed by mowers or reapers, the bird will at once take pains to build a roof or thatch over the nest, completely covering it, and for a door will make an opening on the side. The derivation of the words courteous and courtesy from court is obvious. The lady says that she cannot be in any place less guaranteed than this against evil, and that she cannot anywhere be less free from anxiety. Her situation she conceives to be as bad as it can be. Make my trial proportionate to my strength. Won'tst, in the present tense, means, as we say, art won't. Stoop is thus used, transitively, Richard II. 3:119, myself, have stooped my neck. Chaos, the formless void of primordial matter, is personified by Milton here and, much more conspicuously, in Par. Lost 3. A candle made with a rush for a wick, the cheapest kind of light. From the wicker hole of some clay habitation. Imagine a hut whose walls are made of wattled twigs plastered with clay. This clay when dry is apt to fall off in spots, leaving holes through which the light within can be seen from without. A wicker hole is a hole in the wickerwork, perhaps made intentionally, to serve as a window. Is the constellation of the Greater Bear, and the Tyrian cynosure that of the Lesser Bear. Stars in these constellations served as guides to Greek and Tyrian mariners. Compare Collins's Ode to Evening, If Aught of Oaten Stop, or Pastoral Song. The shepherds of the Greek idols made their musical pipes of reeds or oat straws, and the oat has therefore been adopted by the pastoral poetry of all ages. Compare Par. Lost 7 455. Of hungry savages, or of lustful savages. Grant that they are real evils. Make 4 syllables of delusion. I do not think she has her seeking, or learning, still to do, I do not think her so inexperienced. Is this practical doctrine? Make 5 syllables of contemplation. The particle to, Anglo-Saxon to, modern German zur, has disappeared from modern English. In Old English it was often used with the force of the Latin dis. So still in Chaucer, to bet, to cleave, to rend, and many others. Likes, has an affection for. As in. See. An elliptical expression. Need is a noun, but is treated as if it were a verb. The dragon Ladon was not able to defend the apples of Hesperides against Hercules. Will fail to see its chance. The verb is thus used, impersonally, also in. The line has 2 hypermetric syllables, one after the third foot, and one at the end. An epithet applicable only to a physical infirmity is applied to a mental act. Bearing a quiver. Furnishing no shelter. Accent infamous as we do now and as Milton does elsewhere. Verses thus beginning with trochees are common. Look up the origin of the word grots. Unstartled. The hag has the livid hue of hunger. A malignant demon dwelling underground, a gnome. The powerful goddess Diana, or Artemis, twin sister of Apollo, was figured bearing a bow and arrows. Minerva, or Pallas Athene, is usually represented as wearing on her breast the aegis with a border of snakes and the Gorgon's head in the center. Note the different modes in begin and turns, where we should look for similar constructions. The ellipsis of we had is readily supplied. Draw and stand are infinitives. A stock shepherd name. The spirit henceforth appears to his fellow actors in the mask as the shepherd with whom they are familiar. These lines express sudden emotion, and approximate lyric in character. Hence the rhyme. Supply the ellipsis. Is here used vaguely in the plural to mean dangerous monsters. The enchanter spoke or sang forms of incantation over his mixing and brewing. Recall Macbeth. The word mintage has an interesting history. The human countenance is conceived as an imprint, like the characters on a coin. The noun character Milton pronounces with accent on the first syllable, as does Shakespeare. Probably he also agrees with Shakespeare in pronouncing the verb with the accent on the second syllable, as this verse suggests. The word is still in use in England, meaning a small farm. By the time when, etc. To play on my shepherd pipe and to sing. To meditate the muse is a standard expression of the pastoral poets. C. What do we know was the cause of this unusual stop of sudden silence? The cessation of the din gave to the steeds of sleep, and to people who were trying to sleep, relief from annoyance. Be sure you understand the figure. In its very frequent sense, always. In a skeleton. Describing them. It is not necessary for me to make any change in my opinion to make it harmonize with this new aspect of affairs. The two metaphors thus combined make a rather strange mixture. By the firmament is usually understood the sphere of the fixed stars. How to introduce the conception of pillars is not clear. See Par. Lost 2578. The harpies were monstrous birds with women's heads. Their doings are described in Aeneid III. The Hydra was a monster serpent with 100 heads. His acquisition. Though thou hast spoken most unwisely. Can avail thee but little. Most carefully devised precautions. Of very insignificant appearance. A virtuous plant is a plant which has virtues, i.e. powers or qualities. The modern English has lost the power of beginning a sentence thus, with two relatives. A word in no way connected with script. Compare Hamlet IV 7:145, no cataplasm so rare, collected from all simples that have virtue under the moon. Neither known nor esteemed. See 2 Henry VI. For 195, spare none but such as go in clout shoon, and Hamlet IV 5:26, by his cockle hat and staff, and his sandal shoon. The story of Hermes giving Ulysses the moly red in Odyssey X. Therewith the slayer of Argos gave me the plant that he had plucked from the ground, and he showed me the growth thereof. It was black at the root, but the flower was like to milk. Moly the gods call it, but it is hard for mortal men to dig. Howbeit with the gods all things are possible. Haemony is a nonce word of Milton's own coining. He may have derived it from a Greek word meaning skillful or from another meaning blood. Blast is defined by Dr. Murray, a sudden infection destructive to vegetable or animal life, formerly attributed to the blowing or breath of some malignant power, foul air, etc., and damp, an exhalation, a vapor or gas, of a noxious kind. Or the appearance of terrifying ghosts. Lime was a viscous substance, spread upon the twigs of trees and bushes to entangle the feet of birds. The figure is frequent in Shakespeare. See Hamlet III 368, O limed soul, that, struggling to be free, art more engaged. Quickly. In the stage directions, means, makes a movement. The great god, Apollo, pursuing the nymph Daphne, Diana saved her by transforming her into a laurel tree. Julep is a word of Persian origin, meaning rosewater. Note the poet's skill in culling words of delicious sound. See Odyssey IV, then Helen, daughter of Zeus, cast a drug into the wine whereof they drank, a drug to lull all pain and anger, and bring forgetfulness of every sorrow. Medicines of such virtue and so helpful had the daughter of Zeus, which Polydamna, the wife of Thon, had given her, a woman of Egypt. The condition from which no one is exempt. Perhaps by this peculiar spelling, oofly, Milton meant to add to the word ugly a higher degree of ugliness. Falsehood with its visor, or facepiece, down, to conceal its identity. Licorice, now usually spelled licorice, is allied to lecherous, and has no connection with liquor or with licorice. The goodness of the gift lies in the intention of the giver. Budge is defined by Dr. Murray, solemn in demeanor, important-looking, pompous, stiff, formal. Cooper, in his poem Conversation, has the couplet, the solemn fop, significant and budge, a fool with judges, amongst fools a judge. A doctor of the Stoic fir is a teacher of the Stoic philosophy, who wears a gown of the fir to which his degree of doctor entitles him. Teach doctrines learned from the cynic Diogenes, who is reputed to have lived in a tub. Stowed or laid away, as in a chest or hutch. Conceived as the simplest kind of food. To be pronounced freeze. And what is yet more, refers back to nature. The people of the lower world. C. Cozened. See Merchant of Venice 2938. Refers back to beauty. In the modern disparaging sense. Color. Or make, a sampler, as a proof of her skill with the needle, was, until very modern times, the duty of every young girl. The old samplers are now precious heirlooms in families. To tease the housewife's wool. To tease wool, or to card it, was to use the teasel, or a card, to prepare it for spinning. Carding and spinning were common duties of the housewife and her daughters. In what respect can tresses be said to be like the morn? There are two verbs, spelled alike, bolt. One means to sift, and is used often of arguments and reasonings. To bolt arguments is to construct them with logical care and precision. The other bolt means to shoot forth or blurt out. We may take our choice of the two words. How is the line to be scanned? In the edition of COMUS published in 1645 this passage reads, "Or have I said enough?" In the edition of 1673, the latest that he revised, Milton changed enough to enow. Grammatically, enough is the better form, as the Elizabethan usage favored enough for the form of the adjective with singular nouns and for the adverb, and enow as the adjective with plurals. It would seem that the poet must have had some motive of euphony for the change he made. A Latineism, dignus iesque non cognoscas. The invincible power inherent in the cause by virtue of its nature. Pronounces sentence upon his foes, condemning them to the punishments named. Erebus, darkness, is one of the numerous names of the lower world, the kingdom of Pluto. The fundamental laws, or the constitution. Canon law, generally speaking, is ecclesiastical law, or the law governing the church. The many murmurs, with which his incantations have been mixed must be spoken backward in order to undo their effect. This backward repetition of the charm has the power to break the spell which the charm has wrought. Is yet another of the stock names of pastoral poetry. The ancient adjective sooth means essentially nothing more than true. The story of Sabrina is told by Geoffrey of Monmouth, whose history is included in the volume of Bond's Antiquarian Library, entitled 6 Old English Chronicles. The book is easily accessible. Is derived from the dative plural whilom of the Old English noun whil, and originally meant at times. What does Sabrina do in this line? Was one of the numerous Greek deities of the water. He and his wife Doris had 50 or 100 daughters, who are called Nereids. The nectar of the gods, which we usually think of as their drink, was also applied to other purposes, as when Thetis anoints with it the body of Patroclus, to prevent decay. Asphodel is a flower in our actual flora. But in the poet's asphodel is an immortal flower growing abundantly in the meadows of Elysium. Here means, conferring immortality. I.e. helping the victims of the blasts against their baleful influence. See note on line 640. See Merry Wives of Windsor 4449. The word daffodil is directly derived from asphodel, with ad unaccountably prefixed. The English daffodil is the narcissus. Charging or entreating solemnly and earnestly, as if under oath. Is the personified ocean, a broad, flowing stream encircling the earth. Is a Homeric epithet of Neptune. The mace of Neptune must be his trident. Is wife of Oceanus and mother of the Oceanids. She reared the great goddess Juno, wife of Jupiter. Her pace is suitable to her dignity. C. Proteus, son of Oceanus and Tethys, herded the sea calves of Neptune on the island of Carpathus. As a herdsman he bore a crook, or hook. He had the gift of prophecy, and so is called a wizard. Triton was herald of Neptune and so carried a shell, which he was wont to wind as a horn. His body was in part covered with scales like those of a fish. Was a prophet, and gave oracles at Delos. He is represented as a man whose hair and beard are dripping with water, with bristly eyebrows, his breast covered with seaweeds, and the lower part of his body ending in the tail of a fish. And her son that rules the strands. Ino, after she had slain herself and her son Melicertes, by leaping with him into the sea, became a protecting deity of mariners under the name Leucothea, or the White Goddess. So she came to the aid of Ulysses when he was passing on his raft from Calypso's isle to Phaeacia. She there appears, with fair ankles, and when she receives back from him her veil, which she had lent him, she does it with lovely hands. Melicertes becomes a protecting deity of shores, under the name Polemon. The Romans identified him with their god Portunus. Thetis was the wife of Peleus, and the mother of Achilles. In Homer she has the epithet silver-footed. c. Parthenope was one of the sirens. At Naples her tomb was shown. Lygia was probably also a siren. In Virgil, Georgics 4:336, we find a nymph of this name, spinning wool with other nymphs, their bright locks floating over their snowy necks. The name Lygia means shrill-voiced. In the reading make in an adverb. Compare this use of stay with that found in lines 134, 577, 820. With Azern compare Cedern, line 990. Be careful what inflection you give these lines in the reading. Of precious power to cure. Amphitrite was a daughter of Oceanus and Tethys. She was goddess of the sea, had the care of its creatures, and could stir up the waves in storm. According to Geoffrey of Monmouth, Brutus the Trojan was the grandson of Aeneas and founder of London. Anchises, in the Homeric story, is the father of Aeneas. This fable plays an important part in the ancient British myth. A river is happiest when full to its brim. Of what parts of speech are torrent and flood? It is very curious that our word barrel and the German brill come directly from the same source. And yet this river is the English Severn. Note the impressive effect of the 5-foot line ending the scene. The shepherds have their dance in rustic fashion. The words describing this dance are the familiar peasant words. The playful tone in which the spirit calls upon the swains to give place to their betters is charming. The Dryads were nymphs of woods and trees, dwelling in groves, ravines, and wooded valleys, and were fond of making merry with Apollo, Mercury, and Pan. I inhale the upper air, the ether liquidus of the poets. So Ariel, Tempest v. 1102, I drink the air before me. The number of the Hesperides and their parentage are differently given in various legends. The story of their garden in some mysterious place in the far west, where they guarded the tree that bore the golden apples, assisted by the dragon Ladon, is one of the best known in the classic mythology. Milton applies crisps to brooks, par. Lost 4:237. Herrick has, the crisped you, and the American Thoreau, a million crisped waves. A very interesting account of the origin of this word is given by Skeat in his etymological dictionary. c. The Graces were guardians of the vernal sweetness and beauty of nature, friends and protectors of everything graceful and beautiful. The Hours were goddesses of the seasons, daughters of Zeus and Themis. They were the doorkeepers of Olympus, whose cloud gate they open and shut, thus they preside over the weather. About the pathways through cedar groves. Coleridge, in Kubla Khan, has the line, down the green hill athwart a cedern cover. And Tennyson, Geraint and Enid, the line, and moving toward a cedern cabinet. So also William Barnes, in his rural poems, uses the expression, stone and jugs. Is the messenger of the gods, her path is the rainbow. Dar. Murray gives other instances of blow as a transitive verb. Was a young shepherd, the special favorite of Venus. His death was caused by a wild boar. The story is told in various forms. Observe that Milton makes him wax well of his deep wound. The worship of Aphrodite, Venus, was brought into Greece from Assyria. Psyche, the personification of the human soul, was a mortal maiden, beloved of Cupid. Venus, in her jealousy of Psyche, compelled her to pass through a long series of hardships and toils. Cupid at last succeeded in reconciling his mother and his beloved, and in having Psyche advanced to the dignity of an immortal. Where the curvature of the vault of the sky seems less than higher up toward the zenith. See notes, Hymn on the Nativity and Lycidas. Lycidas is Milton's contribution to a volume of elegiac verses, in Greek, Latin, and English, composed by many college friends of Edward King, who was drowned in the wreck of the vessel in which he was crossing the Irish Channel. In its main intention, Lycidas is an elegy, because it professes to mourn one who is dead and extols his virtues. In its form it is almost wholly pastoral, because it feigns an environment of shepherds, allegorizing college life as the life of men tending flocks, and the occupations of earnest students as the careless diversions of rustic swains. For times the pastoral note is rudely interrupted by the intervention of majestic beings who speak in awful tones from another world, and whose voices instantly check all familiar rustic speech, compelling it to wait till they have announced their messages from above. The supernal powers who thus descend to take their parts in the office of mourning are Phoebus, Apollo, Hippotades, god of the winds, Camus, god of the river Cam, and Saint Peter. This mingling of classic, Hebrew, and Christian conceptions is a marked characteristic of all Milton's poetry. Thus Lycidas is neither wholly elegiac nor wholly pastoral. From the lips of St. Peter, typifying the Church, comes a speech of violent denunciation, in the true later Miltonic manner. In strange contrast to this grim invective is the famous flower passage, the sweetest and loveliest thing of its kind in our literature. To pluck once more the berries of the evergreens, or to gather laurels, is to make a new venture as a poet, to compose a poem. The berries are harsh and crude, he shatters their leaves before the mellowing year, either because he is to mourn the death of a young man, or because he feels in himself a lack of inward ripeness to treat his theme worthily. Perhaps for both reasons. He shatters the leaves with forced fingers rude, in the sense that his subject is not of his own choosing. A sad duty is imposed upon him, forbidding further delay on any personal grounds. Is one of the stock names of pastoral poetry. The poem, though most serious in its main motive and intention, is to have a pastoral coloring throughout. Note the impressive repetitions, dead, dead, and the recurrences of the name Lycidas in the next two lines. Edward King had, in accordance with the college custom of his time, written verses, apparently all in Latin. Of these verses Masson, in his Life of Milton, gives specimens. They seem to be commonplace. See par. Lost 2594, I-78. Ancient tradition connects the origin of the Muses with Pieria, a district of Macedonia at the foot of Olympus. But the springs with which we associate the Muses are Aganippe and Hippocrene on Mount Helicon. A peculiar use of the word muse as masculine, and meaning poet. We pursued the same studies, at the same college, and we studied from early morning sometimes till after midnight. The metaphors are all pastoral. We wrote merry verse, bringing in the college jollities, in wanton student fashion, and the good-natured old Don who was our tutor affected to be pleased with our work. The satyrs, represented as having human forms, with small goat's horns and a small tail, had for their occupation to play on the flute for their master, Bacchus, or to pour his wine. The fauns were sylvan deities, attendants of Pan, and are represented, like their master, with the ears, horns, and legs of a goat. Nature herself sympathizes with men, and mourns thy loss. Deities of the forests and streams. The shipwreck in which King was lost took place off the coast of Wales. Any one of the Welsh mountains will serve to make good this illusion. Mona is the ancient and poetical name of the island of Anglesey. The Deva, below Chester expands into a broad estuary. In his lines spoken at a vacation exercise, Milton, characterizing many rivers, mentions the ancient hallowed Dee. The country about the Dee had been specially famous as the seat of the old Druidical religion. In the 11th song of his Polyolbion, Drayton eulogizes the medicinal virtues of the salt springs in the valley of the river Weaver, which attract Thetis and the Nereids. And Amphitrite oft this wizard river led into her secret walks, the depths profound and dread. Of him, supposed so wise, the hid events to know. Of things that were to come, as things done long ago. In which he had been proved most exquisite to be. And bear his fame so far, that oft twixt him and D. Much strife there hath arose in their prophetic skill. Even the muse Calliope could do nothing for her son Orpheus, whom the Thracian women tore to pieces under the excitement of their bacchanalian orgies. The gory visage floated down the Hebrus and through the Aegean Sea to the island of Lesbos. Of what use is it? What good are we going to derive from this unremitting devotion to study? Would it not be better to abandon ourselves to social enjoyment, and to lives of frivolous trifling? Amaryllis and Neaera are stock names of shepherdesses. Understand clear, as applied to spirit, to mean pure, guileless, unsophisticated. Sir Henry Wotton, in his panegyric to King Charles, says of King James I, I will not deny his appetite of glory, which generous minds do ever latest part from. Love of fame, according to the poet, is the motive that prompts the scholar to live as an ascetic and to persevere in toilsome labor. This love of fame is an infirmity, but not a debasing one, it leaves the mind noble. Remember, however, that the author of the Imitation of Christ prayed, de mihi nacere. Milton here seems to ascribe to the Furies, Ironies, the function belonging to the Fates, Parsi, Moiri. The three Fates were Clotho, the spinner, Lachesis, the assigner of lots, and Atropos, the unchanging. It was the duty of Atropos to cut the thread of life at the appointed time. A querulous thought comes to the poet's mind. Our lives are obscure and laborious, sustained only by the hope of future fame, but before we attain our reward, comes death, and our ambition is brought to naught. The Fury cannot destroy the praise, which necessarily belongs to doing well. Praise here means the essential praise, which naturally inheres in excellence, and not the being talked about by men. The speaker is now Phoebus, the august god Apollo, the pure one, who protects law and order, and promotes whatever is good and beautiful, who reveals the will of Zeus, and presides over prophecy. Phoebus has now an admonition to give, and he touches the poet's ears, as in Virgil, Eclogue 4:3, Cynthius aurum velit edi admonuit, the Cynthian twitched my ear and warned me. See Shakespeare, Richard III. V. 250, a base foul stone, made precious by the foil of England's chair. Arethusa was a freshwater fountain at Syracuse in Sicily, and the Mincius is a river in North Italy, on which is situated Mantua, the birthplace of the poet Virgil. The great pastoral poet Theocritus is said to have been born at Syracuse. Thus Arethusa and the Mincius typify the pastoral tone in which Milton conceives and constructs his poem. But the intervention of the great god Apollo has frightened the bucolic muses, to whom therefore the poet explains it, line 87. Now I am on good terms again with the deities of lower rank. Oat is a common designation of the shepherd's pipe, or syrinx. Neptune, through his herald, Triton, pleads his freedom from all complicity in the drowning of Lycidas. Triton sends to Aeolus, god of the winds, requesting him to cross-question all his subjects as to what they were doing on the day of the wreck. The winds prove their innocence, and Aeolus himself comes to report to Triton that at the time of the disaster they were all at home and the air was perfectly calm. Even Panope and all her sisters were out playing on the tranquil water. Aeolus was the son of Hippotes. See all about him in Odyssey, Book X. Read also Ruskin, Queen of the Air, section 19. Was a Nereid, one of the numerous daughters of Nereus. Now comes another grand personage to make inquiry about the death of Lycidas. Camus, the deity of the river Cam, stands for the University of Cambridge. The river god is represented as wearing a mantle made of watergrasses and reeds. These lines refer to certain markings on the water plants of the Cam, said to be correctly described here by the poet. The dimness of the figures may suggest the great age of the university, and the tokens of woe belong to the present occasion. This is the hyacinth, the flower that sprang up on the spot where the youth Hyacinthus had been accidentally slain by Apollo. The petals of the hyacinth are said to be marked with the Greek letters AI, which form an interjection expressing grief. Lycidas was one of those collegians whose scholarship, character, and piety promised to make them the pride of their alma mater. See Matthew 14. See Matthew 16:19. See also and par. Lost 3:485. The idea of two keys, one of gold and one of iron, is not in the Bible. St. Peter wears the mitre as bishop. St. Peter makes but little reference to Lycidas, and his words add almost nothing to the elegiac character of the poem. His speech is one of stern and bitter satire. The second period of Milton's life, which is to be given up to intense and uncompromising partisanship in religion and politics, foreshadows itself in these lines. Is here used in its proper plural sense. See John X 1. The metaphor of sheep and herdsmen is continued throughout the speech. As the relative pronoun beginning the next clause refers to this exclamation, mouths must be taken as a bold metaphor meaning men who are all mouth, or are supremely greedy and selfish. Moreover, they are blind. See note on. They are sped, they have succeeded in their purpose. See Antony and Cleopatra 2:335. Note also the phrase of greeting, bid God speed, as in 2 John 1:10-11, King James Version. Their sermons. Evidently Milton can cull words of extreme disparagement and vilification as well as words of unapproachable poetic beauty. The congregations are not edified. The miserable preaching they listen to fails to keep them sound in doctrine. They grow lax in their faith, and heretical opinions become fashionable. Is undoubtedly the Roman Church. These lines evidently denounce some terrible retribution that is sure ere long to overtake the corrupt clergy described in the preceding passage. The two-handed engine at the door, that stands ready to smite once and smite no more, has never been definitely explained. We naturally think of the headsman's axe, which, however, does not become applicable till the execution of Archbishop Laud, an event not to take place till 8 years after the composition of the poem. It has been suggested that Milton had in mind the two houses of Parliament, or the Parliament and the army, as the agency through which reform was to be effected. We must remember that Milton in 1637 could not foresee the Civil War. He may have meant to combine certain scriptural expressions into a mysteriously suggestive and oracular prediction, without having in view any single and definite possibility. The Alpheus was a river of the Peloponnesus, said to sink underground and to flow beneath the sea to Ortygia, near Syracuse, where it attempted to mingle its waters with those of the fountain Arethusa. See also Shelley's poem, Arethusa. The pastoral tone of lightness and simplicity could not be maintained while St. Peter spoke. But now the Sicilian muse returns, all the more lovely for the contrast with the stern malediction that has gone before. Milton is fond of thus collecting names of persons, places, and things, choosing them as well for their effect on the ear as for their significance. The botany of this passage is of little consequence. It matters not whether all these flowers could, or could not, be collected at the same season, or whether they could be found at the time of the year when Lycidas died. The passage offers a picture of exquisite beauty to the eye, and to the ear a strain of perfect melody. The verb use, in this intransitive sense, with only adverbial complement, and meaning dwell, is now obsolete. The star that makes swart, or swarthy, i.e. the sun, are the flowers generally, which are to be specified. Scattered over the turf, the flowers seem to be looking upward, like eyes. Is the adjective whose comparative is are rather. By its etymology, means unfading. Is derived from asphodel, with a curious, and altogether unusual, prefixed d. King's body was not found. There was no actual strewing of the laureate hearse with flowers. Islands off the northwest coast of Scotland. The fable of Bellerus is the fabled Bellerus, or Bellerus of the fable. He was a mythical giant of Cornwall in Old British legend. Belerium was the name given to Land's End, where he was supposed to live. St. Michael's Mount is a pyramidal rock in Mounts Bay on the coast of Cornwall. This was guarded by the angel St. Michael, whose gaze was directed seaward, toward Nemencos and Bayona, in northwestern Spain. In some unknown place between these widely sundered limits, the body of Lycidas is tossed. Or, from its original meaning of metal in the natural state, comes to signify metallic luster generally. See COMUS. See Matthew 14:25. Compare. See also Revelation 19:7-9. See Revelation XXIV. This is the same promotion that was accorded to Melicertes, son of Eno, who on his death became the genius of the shore under the name of Polemon. A self-depreciating expression meaning unknown or obscure. Milton applies the epithet grey both to evening and to morning. Are the tubes of the shepherd pipe? Means simply pastoral, because the idylls of the first pastoral poets were written in the Doric dialect of Greek. Had caused the shadows of the hills to prolong themselves eastward on the plain. The poet seems to feign that he spent a day in the composition of LYCIDAS. Sonnets. Of poems in strict sonnet form, that is, containing neither more nor less than 14 decasyllable iambic lines, interlocked by some scheme of symmetrical rhyme, not in couplets, Milton left 23, of which 5 are in Italian. Of the 3 sonnets in English omitted from this edition, 2 have reference to the violent controversy occasioned by Milton's publications in advocacy of greater freedom of divorce, and are rough and polemic in style. The 3rd is omitted on account of its unimportance and lack of distinction. In their dates the 23 sonnets range from the poet's 23rd to his 50th year. They are the only form of verse in which he indulges during that middle period of his life which was abandoned to political partisanship on the side of the Parliament in the Civil War, and to the service of the government during the Commonwealth and the Protectorate. If, as is now widely believed, Shakespeare's sonnets are artificial and tell us little or nothing about their author, those of Milton are purely natural and subjective and tell us nothing else but what their writer was thinking and feeling. Their themes are his veritable moods and passions. The mood is now friendly, amiable, and serene, now bitter, strenuous, indignant, vindictive. Wordsworth, in his sonnet, "Scorn not the sonnet," thus refers to Milton's sparing use of this poetic form. And when a damp fell round the path of Milton, in his hand, the thing became a trumpet, whence he blew soul-animating strains, alas too few. The Shakespearean sonnet consists of 3 quatrains followed by a couplet, the usual English form up to the 17th century. Milton adopted the Italian, or Petrarchian model, which has continued to be the standard sonnet form in our modern poetry. In the Miltonic, or Italian, sonnet a group of 8 lines, linked by 2 rhymes each occurring 4 times, is followed by a group of 6 lines linked by 3 rhymes each occurring twice. The octave and the sextet are severed from each other by the non-continuance of the rhymes of the former into the latter. At the end of the octave, or near it, is usually a pause, marking the culmination of the thought, and the sextet makes an inference or rounds out the sense to an artistic whole. Read Wordsworth's sonnets, "Happy the feeling from the bosom thrown, and nuns fret not at their convent's narrow room." The date of this sonnet is unknown. From the fact that it comes first in the series as arranged by the poet, it is inferred that it is the earliest sonnet he chose to publish. C. To hear the nightingale before the cuckoo was for lovers a good sign. This superstition is a motive in The Cuckoo and the Nightingale, a poem formerly attributed to Chaucer, and as such, modernized, by Wordsworth, but now known to be the work of Sir Thomas Clanville. Stanza X of this poem is thus given by Wordsworth. But tossing lately on a sleepless bed, I of a token thought which lovers heed. How among them it was a common tale, that it was good to hear the nightingale, ere the vile cuckoo's note be uttered. This gives to the cuckoo altogether too bad a character. The bird has on the whole a fair standing in English poetry. We must think of the very pleasing Ode to the Cuckoo, written either by Michael Bruce or by John Logan, as well as of the passage in which Shakespeare makes Lucrece ask, line 848. Why should the worm intrude the maiden bud? Or hateful cuckoos hatch in sparrows' nests? Look up other nightingale and cuckoo songs, for example, Keats's Ode to a Nightingale, and Wordsworth's The Cuckoo at Laverna. 2, 1631. This sonnet Milton appears to have sent with a prose letter to a friend who had remonstrated with him on the life of desultory study which he was so long continuing to lead. In this letter he professes the principle of not taking thought of being late, so it gave advantage to be more fit. He adds, that you may see that I am something suspicious of myself, and do take notice of a certain belatedness in me, I am the bolder to send you some of my night-ward thoughts some little while ago, because they come in not altogether unfitly. Made up in a Petrarchian stanza, which I told you of. Wise with the wisdom proportionate to one's years. Similar compounds of two adjectives in Shakespeare are very frequent, for example, wholly cruel, heady rash, proper false, devilish holy, cold pale. Equal, adequate. 8, 1642. The occasion of this sonnet was the near approach of the Royalist army to London, early in the Civil War. The people of the city had reason to fear the entrance of the Cavalier troops and the sacking of the houses of citizens obnoxious to the party of the king. Milton would have been an object of special animosity to victorious royalists, and for a short time he had grounds for the acutest anxiety. It is not easy to see how, in case of actual pillage of the city, he could have made use of such an appeal as this. The sonnet is probably to be regarded as a work of art constructed when the vicissitudes which it pictures were happily past, and when the poet's mind had regained its tranquillity. Note that kernel has 3 syllables, according to the pronunciation prevailing in Milton's time. Look up the etymology of this word. Alexander the Great, called Emathion from Emathia, a district of his kingdom of Macedonia. Alexander destroyed the city of Thebes in 335 BC. Pindar, the famous lyric poet, a native and resident of Thebes, had then been dead more than a century. But Pindar's house still stood, and was left standing by the conqueror, who destroyed all other buildings of the city. To quote from Plutarch, Life of Lysander, the proposal was made in the Congress of the Allies, that the Athenians should all be sold as slaves. On which occasion Arianthus, the Theban, gave his vote to pull down the city and turn the country into sheep pasture. Yet afterwards, when there was a meeting of the captains together, a man of Phocis singing the first chorus in Euripides' Electra, which begins, Electra, Agamemnon's child, I come unto thy desert home. They were all melted with compassion. And it seemed to be a cruel deed to destroy and pull down a city which had been so famous, and produced such men. 9, 1644. Who the virtuous young lady was is not known. See the Gospel of Matthew 7:13. See Luke X 40-42, Ruth I 14. Note the identical rhyme. The effect of such a rhyme is unpleasant. Modern poets avoid it. See Matthew XXV 1-13. X, 1644 or 1645. Lady Margaret's father was the Earl of Marlborough, who had been President of the Council under Charles I. Milton attributes his death to political anxiety caused by the dissolution of Charles's Third Parliament in 1629. The victory of Philip over the Greeks at Kyrenia, BC 338, is called by the poet dishonest because obtained by means of intrigue and bribery. Is the orator and rhetorician Isocrates, who, in his grief over the defeat of his countrymen, committed suicide. Too late to have known. Serious nada quam ut cognosceris. 13, 1646. In these lines, Milton, with a musical perception not common amongst poets, exactly indicates the great merit of Laws, which distinguishes his compositions from those of many of his contemporaries and successors. His careful attention to the words of the poet, the manner in which his music seems to grow from those words, the perfect coincidence of the musical with the metrical accent, all put Lawes's songs on a level with those of Schumann or Liszt. Encyclopaedia Britannica. See introductory notes to and. The god Apollo, during the time of his servitude to Laomedon, had a quarrel with Pan, who insisted that the flute was a better instrument than the lyre. The decision was left to Midas, king of Lydia, who decided in favor of Pan. To punish Midas, Apollo changed his ears into those of an ass, setting long syllables and short ones to fight against each other, and so destroying harmony. The subject is conceived as a single idea, and so takes the verb in the singular. Exempts thee, singles thee out, selects thee. Couldst best adapt or accommodate itself to our language. The poets. Choir is Milton's spelling of choir. Read the story of Dante's meeting with his friend, the musician Casella, in the second canto of Purgatory. 15, 1648. The taking of Colchester by the parliamentary army under Fairfax, August 28, 1648, was one of the most important events of the Civil War. The Scotch and the English accused each other of having violated the solemn league and covenant, to which the people of both countries had subscribed. To imp a wing with feathers is to attach feathers to it so as to strengthen or improve its flight. The word is originally a term of falconry. See Richard II. 292. See also Murray's New English Dictionary. Personified abstracts, after the manner of our earlier poetry. 16. As Secretary for Foreign Tongues to the Council of State of the Commonwealth, Milton saw much of Cromwell, and came under the influence of his voice and manner. Whether the great general had ever taken note of the poems written by the secretary who turned his dispatches into Latin, or whether he gave any special heed to the man himself, with whom he must have come into some sort of personal relation, we have no means of knowing. We know, however, perfectly well what the poet thought of the victorious general. Though by no means always approving his state policy, Milton retained to the end the warm personal admiration for Cromwell which he expresses in this sonnet. Usually spoken of as the Battle of Preston, was fought August 17, 1648, Dunbar, September 3, 1650, Worcester, September 3, 1651. To fetter our religious freedom with laws made by the civil power. Milton applies this degrading appellation to clergymen who received pay from the state. His appeal to Cromwell was not successful. Cromwell was to become the chief supporter of a church establishment. 17, 1652. Sir Henry Vane was member of a committee of the Council of State appointed in 1649 to consider alliances and relations with the European powers. Milton, as Secretary of the Council, had abundant opportunity to observe Vane's skill in diplomacy, his ability to unfold the drift of hollow states hard to be spelled. Both Vane and Milton held to the doctrine, preeminently associated with the name of Roger Williams, of universal toleration, based on the refusal to the civil magistrate of any authority in spiritual matters. Vane was born in 1613. Civilians, not soldiers. The expression is a Latinism, the gown standing for the toga. Pyrrhus and Hannibal. Compare. 18, 1655. The historical event which furnishes the occasion of this sonnet is the persecution of the Protestant Waldenses by the Piedmontese and French governments, at the time of Cromwell's protectorate. Cromwell's vigorous and successful intervention was the means of staying this horror, and gives evidence of the respect entertained for his government among the states of Europe. Christianity had been introduced into the Waldensian country while Britain was still pagan. The groans of those who were. The Pope, who wore a triple crown. The Puritans interpreted the Babylon of Revelation as the Church of Rome. See Revelation 18. 19. The sonnet, says Masson, may have been written any time between 1652 and 1655. Milton's blindness is considered to have become total in 1652, when he was at the age of 44. How shall we understand these words? See the parable of the talents, Matthew XXV. C. XX. Probable date, 1655. Of the Mr. Lawrence to whom the sonnet is addressed nothing is certainly known. Is the Latin name for Zephyrus, the west wind. Refined, delicate, poignant. Refrain from too free enjoyment of them. 21. The second sonnet to Cyriac Skinner determines its own date as 1655, and this one is probably to be assigned to the same year. But little is known of the person to whom this sonnet and the next one are addressed, except what we learn from the sonnets themselves, that he was an intimate and esteemed friend of Milton. He may have been one of Milton's pupils. And he may, when his old teacher had become blind, have rendered him important services as amanuensis or as reader. Cyriac Skinner's mother was daughter of the famous lawyer and judge, Sir Edward Coke. Is personified law, this being the meaning of the Greek word. Intermit for a day your severe mathematical studies. And pay no heed to foreign news. 22, 1655. 3 years ago today. Milton's duties as Latin secretary to the government were exceedingly arduous. 23. Milton's second wife died in February, 1658, her child lived but a short time. At the time of his second marriage Milton had been blind several years. Notice the reference in the sonnet to the sense of sight, in his dream he saw. Read the story of the love of Alcestis in William Morris's Earthly Paradise, and read in Euripides, that strangest, saddest, sweetest song of his, Alcestis. See Leviticus 12.